Chapter 908. The dead man, Boston Brand, looked around for a long time. He was intimidated by the majesty of the Death Temple. He was nervous. However, when he saw Thea's dark expression behind him, he laughed from the bottom of his heart. "What are you laughing at? Why are you dead again? Do you think this is an online game where the first person to log in gets a reward? Do you dare to live for a few more days?" Thea scolded him. The dead man told her his story, but there was nothing much to tell. He circled the white pigeon, Dorn Granger, every day. Then, he was shot to death as a hero. Coincidentally, when he breathed his last on Earth, he entered the temple less than a tenth of a second after Thea. According to the rules of the universe, when the underworld came online, the dead man was pulled into the underworld and brought before the young lady. "Do you need me to revive you? I'm now the goddess of death. I can revive a few people every month," Thea probed. The dead man shook his head calmly. "There's no need to revive me. As a living person, I can't protect Dorn. Only the dead can. This guy was destined to be like this." Thea sighed. "As the first person to die in the underworld, you can travel between the two worlds as you wish. Go play with your white pigeon." She was not abusing her power for personal gain. After receiving the information from the underworld, there was indeed such a rule. The young lady hurriedly sent the dead man away. She was like an online game where souls were coming out. She had no time to waste. Guangdong, Lachina, and Bernard, as the elites of the Apocalypse Star, followed her orders and started guiding the souls. The soldiers from the Apocalypse Star also had bodies. These bodies were only effective in the underworld. They would turn to dust the moment they left. The miscellaneous soldiers were assigned to the three new gods, and the originally chaotic market slowly regained some order under the efforts of the three. "Your Majesty, we're understaffed." As Darkseid's loyal dog, he had no problem changing sides. However, Guangdong was too busy. He complained to her whenever he could. Thea could only activate the great summoning art and ask for help. The siren led hundreds of her tribesmen and set up camp in the underworld. Thanatos, the god of death, Hypnos, the god of sleep, Charon, and the demigod Minos were also summoned. Knowing that she had become the lord of the underworld, the two cold-hearted Prince Charming did not discuss much. They immediately swore allegiance to her and left the Greek pantheon. In addition, the demon lord Macanthus, who had recently been a little disobedient to her orders, knew that she had forcefully entered the underworld. He once again prostrated himself at her feet, swore an oath that he would never betray her, and personally came to the underworld to greet her. Even so, the management level was still insufficient. If not for the fact that there were many restrictions on the entry of living beings into hell, Thea would have wanted to rope in the top executives of her company. Thankfully, apart from the dead Boston Brand, she also saw a fellow Earthling. Two-faced Harvey Dante. He was killed in the gang war. Thea directly assigned him to work under Minos so that he could continue to interrogate criminals as a prosecutor. His expertise in psychology, and his judgment speed was fast. Harvey Dante soon proved that he did not live up to his reputation as one of Gotham's elite. Relying on this group of new and old gods, demons and villains, Thea could finally take a breather and observe her own territory. The underworld was like an infinitely vast area. Her temple of the goddess of death was located in the center. Together with the surrounding barracks, workshops, and residences, these all belonged to her. It was roughly equivalent to 1/3 of the current area of the underworld. 2/3 of the outer area was densely distributed with territories. It had to be said that the people of Earth were blessed. The old gods that belonged to the people of Earth accounted for half of the territory. However, because they were not the only ones, some territories had a plural form. There was more than one underworld like Hades. However, the Hades that Thea knew was the most powerful. They could attack and swallow each other. Just like the Hades that Thea knew, He was the emperor of the underworld of Earth 1, Earth 12, Earth 19, and Earth 27. The Hades of Earth 2 was like an old man, while the Hades of Earth 3 was like a giant monster. However, some of the Earths did not develop Greek civilization, and some were even nuked. Her Temple of Death occupied 1/3 of the territory that belonged to the Earth civilization occupied 1/3, and the remaining alien civilization occupied 1/3. After studying the rules of the underworld for a long time, she sighed. As the boss, she was more like a nominal leader. She had no authority over those territories. The entire underworld was like a plate of loose sand. She had incorporated the brothers of the god of death and the god of sleep. However, their territory originally belonged to the underworld of Greek mythology. Now that it was occupied by Hades, Thea could not take it. Due to the restrictions of the rules, she was like the chief of a large tribe in a primitive society. She had no authority over these nominal subordinates. These rules were set during the creation of the world. Unless she was stronger than God, she had to follow the rules. What a joke! If I can be stronger than him, why would I want the underworld? She stood at the entrance of the temple with her hands behind her back and looked at a group of people busying themselves. No matter what, she was now a big boss of the multiverse. She sent Guangdong, who was quick to act, to the various death territories. Your chief is short of manpower. Send people to help. The various death gods were all unwilling. The weaker ones had no choice but to come. The average ones tried their best to shirk the responsibility. Even the stronger ones did not allow Guangdong to enter. Thea had been educated by the best politicians on Earth. After studying for a day, she finally found a loophole in the existing rules. She called Guangdong over and whispered a few words to him. Then, she sent the first assassin to carry out her orders. As expected, 3 days later, the Egyptian gods, whose overall strength was second only to Hades, suffered a calamity. The god of death, Anubis, cried like a dog and ran to her temple to ask for help. Your Majesty, Darkseid is too ruthless. My father has fallen. Anubis wailed. Part of it was acting, but part of it was real. Thea, who had won an Oscar for her acting skills, quickly asked for more details. She buried Guangdong, who was a top-notch concealer from the Longsword faction, in Egypt. The furious Darkseid led his army to the gates of the Egyptian death territory. Seeing that it was full of undead, he attacked without hesitation. Even though the Egyptian death gods resisted with all their might, they were still defeated by the Apocalypse demon army. This time, Darkseid fought in his true form. He directly faced Osiris, who was famous among the 9 pillar gods of Egypt, and gave him a good beating. Then, he used his Omega Ray to destroy the god's corpse. Uncle De finally vented his anger. He thought about how it was not safe for him to fight in his true form. Furthermore, he had brought his army with him. There were only a few remaining soldiers at home. Fearing that the Heavenly Father would ambush him, Uncle De searched the underworld of Egypt. Only then did he return to the Apocalypse planet. Chapter 909. Seeing that Osiris had been killed, the current god of death, Anubis, who was in the midst of a battle with the Great Plains wolf, did not linger in the battle. Horus's elder brother did not stop for a moment and immediately rushed to Thea's side to ask for help. Theo laid out the facts and reasoned with him. You see, Darkseid is powerful, right? Darkseid is not to be trifled with either, right? I'm new here, and I'm facing a lot of difficulties. Besides, I can't defeat him. When Anubis asked her what she could do, Thea finally revealed her purpose. Unite. Only by uniting can we resist Darkseid and his evil army. For the next 10 days, Anubis acted as the frontline while Guangdong acted as the spy. They spread the news that Darkseid was a threat. Some believed it and said that they would unite around the goddess of death to resist the atrocities. Some did not believe it, but when they saw Anubis's miserable state, they had no choice but to believe it. Darkside, the evil lord, would not let the living go. He would not even let the dead go. This was outrageous. The soldiers of the former Apocalypse Star and the two fake gods, the goddess of vengeance, went to the streets and alleys to spread the news of Darkside's atrocities. Their stories were full of blood and tears, and everyone was in danger. At the critical moment, Thea stood up bravely and said, "No," to Darkside in a low voice. On the 20th day of her arrival in Hell, the alliance against Darkside was officially established. In order to thank their boss for stepping forward bravely, a bunch of members who had money and strength put in effort. A lot of resources were thrown in, and the Death Goddess Shrine finally had a new look. Guangdong continued to work as an intelligence officer, while the two goddesses of vengeance, Lucana and Bernard, became Thea's bodyguards. The god of sleep and the siren were in charge of the daily work of the temple. Minos was promoted to be in charge of all the soul trials, and Two-Face was his assistant. This was a huge workload, and Thea was dizzy from the workload. Not all souls could be reincarnated. According to her division, those who were virtuous would be reincarnated first, and those who contributed to the race would be reincarnated first. Even if they were only reincarnated with 1% of their previous abilities, they would still have a higher starting point than the new souls created after being assimilated by the will of the world. This was the purpose of Hell. It was to establish a virtuous cycle that would make the multiverse better and better. The old man Karen was still doing his old business, collecting dirty money. There was no need for him to row the boat here. He was only responsible for selling the resurrection slots. Just as Thea and Boston Brand had said, the Lord of the Underworld had the resurrection quota. This quota was different from the resurrection of the White Lantern. Those who were resurrected would forget their experiences in Hell. It wouldn't be appropriate to give it to anyone. She would just give it to Sharon and sell it. After all, she was still the goddess of wealth, so she couldn't be biased. Thea had even thought about it. If Quarren caused too much public resentment, she would decide based on the situation. She would either confiscate his assets or chop his head off. Collecting dirty money was one thing, but normal transactions also needed to be handled. As the leader of Hell, she couldn't tolerate the fact that she wasn't the wealthiest person here. Coupled with the fact that Hell was filled with a deathly aura, and the fact that all of the death gods were holed up in their own homes meant that there was a lack of cohesion. Thus, she immediately brandished her banner and began to conduct business on a large scale. The specialty of Hell and the specialty of the material world were transported to Hell, and the specialty of Hell also flowed into the two areas mentioned above. Several human businessmen and economists who had just died, under the leadership of the demon lord Macanthus, carried out economic promotion, development, and trade activities with Hell's characteristics. In order to attract a large number of necromancers to her side, she also established Hell's magic network. In just 10 days, thousands of necromancers, more than 50 great liches, and more than a dozen dragon liches came to join her. The growth rate was very fast, and Hell's military force could be considered to have taken shape. After sorting out a bunch of miscellaneous matters, Thea sat down steadily. Only then did she realize that she had been away from home for more than 3 months. The affairs were handed over to several subordinates, and the young lady directly set off for home. The Heavenly Father didn't restrict her authority to use the Mother Box, which meant that both sides were re-evaluating their relationship. However, it wasn't good for kings to meet and discuss directly. Some probing work was still needed. Thea didn't care about those trivial matters. When she returned to Earth, she first went to find Diana. Apartment, no. Office, no. Where did she go? The young lady murmured for a while. In her impression, Diana was like a model worker, working and resting. She lived a life of 2 points and 1 line every day. It was very regular. What happened today? The gods had reached her current level, and many fates had opened a gap to her. She could sense many closely connected people. This was not magic, but a kind of cognition of the trajectory of the world. After carefully sensing Diana's position, Thea's eyes flashed a trace of surprise and understanding. She didn't disturb anyone and flew directly to the east. Belgium, a nameless small village. Poisonous gas polluted the groundwater here. Even today, there were still no traces of living people here, but this was the place where their love began. Walking into the village, many traces of that day were still vivid in her eyes. Her gaze automatically looked not far away. On a not too high mound, Diana was hugging her knees and staring blankly into the distance. Her strength was already higher than Diana's, and the other was a little distracted, so she didn't notice. Thea slightly released a trace of divine power and coughed. "Ah!" Diana woke up abruptly and then quickly turned around. When she saw her smiling face, her vigilance turned into ecstasy and enthusiasm. "You're back." The Valkyrie suddenly jumped over and directly pushed her down. She was indeed pushed down. It was only because their physical attributes were high. If ordinary people were to play like this, they wouldn't be able to escape from high paraplegia. The two of them were very close, and their noses were filled with each other's breaths. Diana carefully looked at her eyes, wanting to confirm her current state. Thea hurriedly put on a pitiful look, which made Diana laugh. "Are you serious?" Who cared whether it was fake or not? Thea took advantage of the time when she was talking and kissed her. Yes, the familiar action, the familiar taste, the lover was still the same, and hadn't changed. Diana's heart was filled with joy, and she responded passionately. After a few rounds of fighting, they stopped. After all, this was not their home. They began to talk about various things that happened after they parted. Thea didn't have much to say. Whether it was the gladiator arena or the bloody battle on planet Revelation, it didn't quite fit Diana's values. She wisely chose to skip over it and focused on listening to the story. Superman is in big trouble, listen to me. Batman is in big trouble, listen to me. Green Arrow is in big trouble, listen to me. Diana had a lot of things to say, so she opened her mouth and blabbered on, which made Thea speechless. Chapter 9-10. Superman had been fighting a battle of wits and courage with the Shogi Association for the past 3 months. The Secret Service had been using the advanced weapons in Fortress Dugu as an excuse. Superman had also been searching for evidence to prove that the Shogi Association was a threat to the world and Earth. Batman was also in big trouble. The Joker had kidnapped the old butler, Ah Fu. Did the Joker know their true identity? Were there any signs of the Bat family being exposed? Nightwing and the others asked Batman, but he insisted, "Don't panic, it's not a big problem." In the end, the problem was not only not a big problem, it was a huge problem. In the end, the Joker fell into a mountain stream. No one knew if he was dead or alive, but a strong sense of distrust began to grow among the Bat family. Perhaps the Green Arrow Oliver drank too much or had his head squashed by a door, but in the 2nd month after Shadow gave birth, he confessed that he had an illegitimate child. The Green Arrow was so angry that she took the child back to her parents' home. After that, the Flash was framed by the Thinker Devo and imprisoned. The Green Arrow Kyle Rayner lived with Solanik. He did not expect her to be Sinishto's daughter. He was chased all over the world and was now hiding thousands of light years away from Earth. The Sea King was in a love-hate relationship with his brother. Diana missed Thea and was also in low spirits. In short, the Righteous Alliance's companions had been very aggrieved for the past 3 months. As if they had discussed it beforehand, they disappeared in front of the public at the same time. The only good news was that Hal Jordan had returned to the Green Arrow and returned to the superhero team. Is that so? It seems quite troublesome. Thea did not express any opinion and muttered softly. Diana looked at her from head to toe twice. Goddess of Death. Between you and the Heavenly Father, who is stronger? This was a very good question. Milady quickly sat up straight and answered with the bearing of a master, I'm about the same as him. Seeing that Diana's eyes were full of doubts, Thea pursed her lips. You don't believe me. I believe you. All right, I believe you more or less. Diana thought for a while. You've reached the end. Is there still a path ahead? At the mention of this, Thea withered. She knew that the Limitless clan was right in front of her, but how to get there was an extremely troublesome matter. No matter how much willpower burned, she wouldn't be able to gain much insight. Moreover, there really wasn't much of a calamity greater than the Night of Darkness. The early stage of the new deity stage was very fast, but at her current level, it was too difficult to take another step forward. At most, he would reach the level of Yoja Khan, but so what? He was strong, but Thea felt that he had gone astray. She would accumulate deity slots to her limit, then search for top-grade deity slots and give up on the lower-grade ones. In her opinion, this was a bit like farming for equipment. She only valued power and ignored her own needs, which was not a good idea. Looking at Yoja Khan's actions, he seemed a little crazy. Thea suspected that he had accumulated too many top-level deity positions, and his mind had become muddled. Become a powerful fool. She would rather not have it. Looking at her expression, Diana also knew the answer. It was only because Thea had been in front of her that she had been able to develop so smoothly. When she thought that there was no path ahead, it was a bit of a blow to the Valkyrie. Saying that there was no path ahead was more or less to increase Diana's pressure. Thea could observe death from life. If she obtained the equation of life, it would definitely allow her to have a new breakthrough in the death rankings. However, Diana might not be able to take this path. The remaining Judas oath regarding sin, the silver coin of redemption, and even the shadow of earth too might not be suitable for Diana. There was definitely a use for reference, but it was too difficult to make it suitable for herself. The deity slots that were most suitable for Diana were in the hands of the Heavenly Father, such as justice, fairness, and so on. Unfortunately, the Heavenly Father had been quite good to them. He had directly killed their leader. Even Thea felt that this matter had crossed the line. She could only make a backup plan, and she could not tell Diana. Thinking of the Heavenly Father, Thea pondered for a moment. I can't go back to the new star of creation, but I have poured a lot of effort into the Magic Legion. If you propose to take over, I don't think the Heavenly Father will refuse. Diana frowned slightly. Me? I'll take care of the Magic Legion. But I'm not good at magic. Instead of using magic, it's better to use swords and knives, the Valkyrie whispered. She felt that her lover was making arrangements, and she was afraid that she would not be able to do it well. Not betraying the Heavenly Father was Diana's bottom line. However, 99% of her life had been spent in the Greek gods. The Heavenly Father was afraid of the close relationship between the two of them, so he had always left Diana alone. In general, her loyalty to the new star of creation was not high. She was more restrained by her personal moral standards. Thea patted her shoulder casually. You can't lead the Magic Legion if you don't know magic. Who made that rule? Does a leader need to know everything? You're overthinking. I have a 70% chance that the Heavenly Father will agree. Diana was skeptical, but seeing how calm Thea was, she decided to believe her. In less than half an hour, she had made a round trip through the sonic channel. You look like you've succeeded. Thea looked calm. You've discussed it with each other. How could that be? It's just to make the multiverse more stable. In a confrontation between two extremes, the multiverse could be destroyed if one was not careful. The tripartite balance could be maintained as long as both sides were wary of each other. If Thea was independent from Darkseid, given Darkseid's violent temper, he would definitely gather his forces to destroy her first. However, the Heavenly Father would not. He was righteous and far-sighted. He was more concerned about the safety of the universe. Allying with Thea to fight against Darkseid would be beneficial to him. However, as the goddess of death, she could not be too biased. This was why she wanted Diana to take over the Magic Legion. It would be convenient for her to serve as a bridge between the two sides in the future. I don't understand your schemes. Diana scratched her face and thought for a while. She seemed to understand a little, but there was more that she did not understand. So cute. It was rare to see such an expression on her face. Thea felt as if she had found a treasure. She took out her phone and snapped a photo with a speed comparable to the flash. Dark history. Dark history. Then, she uploaded the photo to the server at lightning speed. Diana knew magic well, but when it came to modern science and electronic devices, she was a weakling. Diana was not slow. She snatched the phone and opened the photo. She looked at it. In the photo, she looked dazed and confused. Ah! Thea Quinn. I'll never forgive you. They ran back and forth in the small village like ordinary people. Naturally, there was another round of interaction. Sia, whose strength had greatly increased, finally gained the upper hand. Even though Diana organized several counterattacks and tried to regain the initiative, she was always defeated by the powerful attacks. However, the young lady had underestimated Diana's persistence. Chapter 9-11. In the dead of night, in the camping tent, Sia was awakened by the sound of caw-caw. She saw Diana taking a series of photos of herself with her mobile phone. After taking more than 10 photos in a row, she raised her head and put it away proudly. Taking pictures in the middle of the night. Ah! You're taking pictures. Thea murmured sleepily. She suddenly realized that something was wrong. With her current appearance, people would believe that she was a scavenger goddess, let alone the goddess of death. She was still beautiful, but she wasn't wearing any clothes. Delete it. Your phone is not secure. If it's cracked by hackers, you'll be in trouble. Hearing her serious words, Diana's eyes moved as if she was thinking about whether what she said was true or not. There are so many hackers on Earth, such as Batman, Luthor, and so on. She began to pour dirty water on Thea. Diana was an honest person. Oh, then I'll give it to you. You can delete it. But when she saw the flash of joy in Thea's eyes, she knew that she was fooled. The two goddesses fought with each other again. In the end, the goddess of death gained the upper hand. Giving Diana a taste of her own medicine, he took more than 10 photos of Diana, who didn't sleep and got up in the middle of the night to secretly take photos. He called them artistic photos and uploaded them to his secret server. I must become stronger. 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 Diana murmured. Thea hugged the Valkyrie tightly like an octopus and then sealed the Valkyrie's dissatisfied voice with her lips. The next day, early in the morning, Diana began to practice martial arts alone when she went back to sleep. When Milady came out with a beautiful yawn, she had been practicing for a while. Thea pouted. It was useless to practice martial arts. Just look at how Guangdong learned hundreds of millions of martial arts. 10 years ago, when she was learning martial arts from Old Ma, she tried her best to learn for a while. After that, she went with the flow and never practiced seriously. Come and fight with me. Diana threw her a long sword. The eldest miss took the sword without embarrassment. The funny thing was that she was still holding a toothbrush in her right hand. The two of them began to do their morning exercises. After 5 minutes, Diana was speechless. At the same time, Thea would not be able to defeat her if she suppressed herself to the level of an ordinary person. However, if she did not suppress herself, Diana would barely be able to take a single hit from her. Her speed and strength were simply too overwhelming. How did you become so powerful all of a sudden? I'm really not used to it. Valkyrie wiped her hands with a towel and complained helplessly. Teach me magic. They had breakfast together. Thea took out the specialty juice of Sector 313, and the two of them drank it slowly. Suddenly, Deanna said this. Pfft. Thea spat out a mouthful of juice onto the ground, her eyes filled with confusion. Can't I? Okay. Thea nodded like a chick pecking at rice. Teaching Diana magic was better than accompanying her in martial arts. However, the teaching process was simply terrible. Diana could cast some spells herself, but they were all controlled by divine power. The specific casting process consumed a lot of energy and was also very complicated. There are too many problems with your lightning spell. The magic is not evenly mixed, the initial magic is too much, and the spell model is too slow. What? You've never heard of spell models? Thea was very serious in teaching, but she did not expect that Diana did not even know the basics. Diana could cast a lot of spells, and she had enough insight to fool a great mage like Circe. However, the reality was that Diana didn't even know the basic steps of casting spells. Magic did not need to be rigidly adhered to. Thea could now cast and improve any spell as she wished, but the premise was that she had a solid foundation. It was definitely amazing to have no tricks, but one had to learn the tricks first. Everything had a step-by-step process. Our god of valor skipped this step and was influenced by her, so her insight in magic crushed most mages. However, when it was her turn to cast spells, problems occurred frequently. The key was that she did not have a foundation. Sia knew that Diana didn't want others to say that she led the Magic Legion because of her. She had put in a lot of effort, and Diana didn't hold her back. She told Diana everything she knew. Magic was not as powerful as divine power, but there were dozens of times more mages than gods. Their research on magic had reached a high point. Diana's main battle direction was still close combat, seeking victory between sword and shield. This was the style of a Valkyrie. However, it did not prevent her from learning magic. She could use other people's help to improve her skills. Perhaps she could learn from other people's help. Diana's high intelligence, high perception, and high perspective allowed her to improve rapidly in the past 3 days. The Valkyrie was addicted to the idea that she used to have, and in order to repay Thea for teaching her, she allowed Thea to bully her for 2 nights. It's too complicated, it's better to use the sword. This was what Diana said to Principal Thea at the graduation ceremony. In response to her behavior of scolding the cook after eating, Sia could only slap her perky and plump buttocks twice as revenge. Ever since she was young, she had always dreamed of leading thousands of troops to conquer the world. After dinner, Diana did not waste any more time and opened a passage to the new planet to officially take over the position of commander of the Magic Legion. Although the speed of casting forbidden spells could not be compared to Thea, it was more than enough to fool ordinary people. Thea did not stay for long and turned back to the underworld. The Heavenly Father had shown his kindness, so she had to return the favor. Thea had used the soul deity position on the new planet to create a fake underworld. Now that she looked at it again, it was extremely crude, and the soul was constantly weakened. Even after reincarnation, there were not many who could be better than in the previous life. Now that the official version was released, the pirated version could be put to rest. The dead from before could come to her side to queue up. The dense death aura in the underworld was very beneficial to the dead. With a strong soul, when they reincarnated, their attributes would be better than ordinary people. As for the dead after she took over, according to the rules of the underworld, it should be fair. However, she still opened a back door. The dead from the new planet and the apocalypse planet would be reincarnated at a ratio of 5 to 4. 5, one side had half of the reincarnation, while the other side had half less. As time passed, the difference would be very obvious. This was neither righteous nor fair. She did not let Diana participate, but sent Guangdong to negotiate with Mitran. The god of knowledge, Mitran, who sat on a big chair every day and put on airs, was similar to her. They both belonged to the neutral camp, but he had no territory and no power, so he could not be as free and easy as Thea. Of course, he knew Guangdong, who was sneaking around every day. They quickly finalized the details on behalf of their respective bosses. On one hand, the Heavenly Father did not want his people to suffer. On the other hand, his new planet was crying and howling every day, which was really an eyesore. When he heard that the dead would be treated well in the underworld, he let them go without hesitation. Chapter 9:12. The total number of soul walkers in the new creation star had reached 300,000. After negotiations between Guangdong and Mitran, more than 100,000 of them were taken away. They were loyal to the Heavenly Father and loved their land and people. There was no doubt about that. But they were still dead. The living and the dead fighting side by side sounded beautiful and vivid. Perhaps one could even imagine some inspiring stories, but in reality, it was very difficult. The breath of the living seemed to be burning the dead. The darkness of the dead also affected the living in all aspects. It was a sure sign of mutual harm. Rejection, disrespect, indifference. It was only a matter of time before it developed into humiliation. There was not much use in keeping them, so the Heavenly Father decided to let all those who wanted to go to the underworld go. What a good old man. Thea had obtained an army of more than 100,000 souls. After listening to Guangdong's report, she could not help but sigh. She could not bear to hurt such a charismatic leader for Diana. After arranging all the matters, she returned to Earth and prepared to visit her mother. She did not expect to see Damien's email as soon as she returned to Earth. She read it briefly. The other party only asked her to call back. Why was the naughty child looking for her? She called back. Damien did not treat her as an outsider at all. Perhaps mother gave me life, but he taught me how to live. Listening to Damien's emotional words, Thea also thought of Malcolm. Her father was not as great as Batman, but he was worthy of being a father. You're worried about his safety, so you want to make an armor as a birthday present for your father. I understand. Leave the rest to me. It'll definitely be strong and safe. Thea put down the phone and thought to herself. Damien was filial. That was not a problem. But what was the point of her getting involved? She might as well call the few elders of the Righteous Alliance over. Superman who never left the house, the Flash who was addicted to sitting in prison, the Sea King who loved and hated his brother, and Hal Jordan who had returned to the team. Including her and Diana, the 6 elders except for Batman were gathered. Thea told them about Damien's request. Although the heroes were full of complaints, they were very appreciative of such behavior. They all expressed their willingness to participate. Even though Batman is a little self-righteous. The Sea King interrupted Superman before he could finish his sentence. Narrow-minded. He's only so narrow-minded. The Sea King gestured with 2 fingers that were 1 centimeter long. And he's domineering. He often orders us around in a commanding tone. Never admitting your mistakes, the heroes shared their opinions one after another. What made Sia facepalm was that even Diana was grumbling and dissatisfied. Even such a virtuous Valkyrie was bad-mouthing Batman behind his back. It was clear how much of a failure this guy was. But please, heroes, we are here to research how to make a birthday present, not to start a war. Who is he trying to deal with by secretly creating a high-speed scope? Do you think I don't know? After being locked up for 2 weeks, the Flash's temper had obviously risen. That's right. He's also secretly studying the genes of the Atlanteans. He's most likely trying to create a potion that can kill all the Atlanteans at once. He's probably hiding a yellow light ring. Yeah, he's collecting kryptonite and secretly creating an anti-Superman armor. Yeah. He's also creating an anti-Thea armor. She tried to stop them, but as they talked, the atmosphere became more and more heated. Even Thea was dragged into it. The heroes were very happy with their discussion. Everyone found a common topic, and their previous troubles seemed to have been forgotten. The atmosphere was extremely heated. They could almost see the image of Batman being pressed to the ground and calling for his father. Superman was smiling especially enchantingly. Even Thea was wondering if she should drag Batman over and beat him up. Then, they finally remembered their main mission. We seem to be discussing how to make a birthday present. How did we get sidetracked? The heroes reflected. It's not that we're being shady, but we've been under too much pressure recently, ahem. Thea coughed twice and tapped on the screen. A set of black armor appeared. This is the outer appearance designed by Damien. It's called the Hellbat armor. Let's divide the work. Superman and Neptune were in charge of the outer shell. One of them was forging on a star, while the other was quenching and condensing in the deep sea. The strength of the armor would reach an unprecedented level. Diana added Olympus enchantment to the armor, which made it immune to most spells. The Flash provided the power of speed, which pushed the speed of the armor to the limit. Green Lantern Hell added courage to the cape. Even in the darkest world, he could find a ray of light. Thea finished the last part of the work. The metabolic control in the original timeline seemed unreliable. This was Darkseid. Could an armor powered by metabolism fight against him? That was obviously nonsense. Without a strong power source, it was impossible to drive the armor, let alone fight against Darkseid for more than 10 rounds. That would require a lot of energy. For that, she used the divine power of death. Just as she said before, Batman was no longer an ordinary person from the moment he connected to the dark multiverse. The divine power of death could kill an ordinary person instantly, but with the support of a universe, he could control it for a long time. She didn't tell anyone about these reasons. Her excuse was still the metabolic drive. Even if Batman studied it carefully, he could only conclude that it would consume the user's lifespan. This was in line with the basic principle that there was a price to pay for using extraordinary power. They worked hard for a week and finally handed the armor to Damien. Damien provided the original form and prepared to be in charge of the final paint job. Thea reminded him in the end, "Damien, this armor is very dangerous. Neither you nor your father should use it." Damien agreed. One day, half a month later, he awkwardly and casually packed the armor into a huge box, as if it was a gift he had bought from a roadside stall. He pushed it to Batman. "Hey, your birthday present." Oh. Batman wasn't good at handling father-son relationships either. He didn't know how to respond. He replied blankly. Looking at Damien waving his hand and leaving the Bat Cave like a little adult, a gentle smile appeared on Batman's face, which had been calm for thousands of years. He only opened the gift after his son left the Bat Cave. He took a few glances at it and knew that it didn't just represent his son. It was also a token of appreciation from his old friends. Using life force as the driving force. There was a note on the armor. It was written by Damien, but it was obvious that it was written by Thea. Chapter 9:13. As far as Batman knew, only the young lady could make such strange things. She was the most versatile. She was the only one who could integrate all kinds of messy energy from the magic lamp ring. Batman, who wanted everything to be under control, quickly checked the armor. After confirming that there were no oversights, he began the first test. Pain, a pain that seemed to penetrate deep into his bones. Even though his willpower was inhumanly strong and he had done a lot of mental preparation, the pain was still unbearable. In a place he couldn't see, a deep energy from a distant void replenished his body and helped him share the pain. Batman thought that he was gradually getting used to the pain and didn't notice this abnormality. After taking 2 deep breaths, he finally experienced the power of this armor. The dozens of testing devices in the Bat Cave were all maxed out. This wasn't a coincidence, but because the armor's value had exceeded the testing limit. Its strength could shatter mountains, its speed was so fast that it seemed like it could run to the moon, and its remaining endurance and reaction speed had reached a terrifying level. What an intoxicating power! The piercing pain made Batman complete the test quickly. Looking at this dangerous and deadly armor, the power that seemed to control everything and destroy everything was very fascinating, but he suppressed it with his willpower. Damien didn't know his father's worries about happiness. He left the Bat Cave and found his good friend, little Jonathan Kent. I don't think he likes it very much. When his friend asked about his birthday present, Damien said with uncertainty. How can that be? I gave my dad a fountain pen last year. He was so happy that he jumped. No, he flew. Little Jonathan looked like he was very experienced. Then, he suddenly realized something. What did you give him? Damien's eyes widened, and his face fell. A fountain pen. That thing can be a present. The materials of my present alone are worth $1 billion, not to mention the cost. It's the kind that money can't buy. Your dad was so happy that he jumped up. Actually, my dad almost jumped up too, but he was in pain. The 2 half-grown children studied it for a long time, scratching their heads in confusion. They could only say that they didn't understand the world of adults. Just as they were about to return to their respective homes, they saw a large truck speeding past in front of them and quickly disappearing from their sight. Chase after them. Damien pulled little Jonathan and ran forward. Is Robin also responsible for traffic accidents? Idiot, there's a magic reaction in that car. Damien transformed into a cloud of black smoke and quickly chased after him. Little Jonathan's ability was intermittent, but after being stimulated by the Blood Brothers in the Sahara Desert, he seemed to have stabilized a lot and could maintain a relatively elegant flying posture. As the second generation of famous bears, they had been influenced by what they saw and heard, so they were very methodical in their work. They would not lose track of a suspect, nor would they be discovered because they were too close. The truck quickly left the city and drove into the country roads, creating a lot of obstacles for them to follow. When they caught up with it quietly, the truck had been parked in front of an auto repair shop for a long time. Don't go any further. Damien pulled little Jonathan back. There's a very powerful magician in there. Other than Sister Sia, I've never seen such a powerful magician. The 2 brats stopped in their tracks. Little Jonathan wanted to use his supervision to investigate, but Damien stopped him. This won't work, that won't work. Do you have a solution or not? Little Jonathan was a little dissatisfied. Calm down, we need more information. Why should I listen to you? I'm older than you. So you have to listen to me. I'm tall. You should listen to me. The 2 lowered their voices and bared their teeth as if they were going to eat each other. They quickly quarreled. Damien finally decided not to use supernatural powers and use technological means to investigate. In terms of atomization technology, Thea's methods had long been surpassed by the Atom Men, but Damien had gotten a lot of nanomachines from Thea, so it was not a problem for him to do some investigation. The image was quickly transmitted back. A man as strong as a lion was half sitting and half lying on the side. He seemed to be injured and was now barely able to sit up to prevent himself from falling. Opposite the man stood a very seductive woman. There were 7 or 8 strong-looking men, some in suits, some with tattoos all over their bodies. They were obviously ordinary people, but at this time, they were all lying in a pool of blood with their heads cut off. The murder weapon was a serrated sword in the lion's hand. How dare they kill people? Little Jonathan's voice was very angry. After returning to his parents' side, he had gained a lot of understanding of this world. Unlike the wasteland world, Anyone who casually killed in this world was a bad guy. This was the idea that Superman and Louise had instilled in him. Don't get so worked up. Those people are already dead. Let's see what they're going to do. Damien's worldview was relatively intact. He was born in the League of Assassins. After that, neither Thea nor Raven were saints. Even though he respected his father, he did not think that killing people was a terrible thing. How long will it take for your injuries to recover? The woman asked a little impatiently. If it's just ordinary people of this level, then it will take more than 10 million lives to replenish my divine power. The lion man seemed to be very tired and spoke a little slowly, which was completely incompatible with his big body. The woman laughed sarcastically. Kalibok, you don't think the two goddesses will let you kill 10 million people in their home without doing anything, do you? She did not mention their names, but the lion man still felt his heart palpitate. You don't have to test me. One of them is in the new creation planet, and the other just returned to the underworld. I have my sources of information. Don't play around with your little charm in front of me, Circe. If you still want to join the new gods, then you must continue to find sacrifices for me. My injuries can only be healed by massacring. Circe shook her head with a playful expression. Those who don't know would think that you're the god of massacre. Hee, you're actually the god of torture. How impressive. If you don't want to go back to the underworld and wag your tail to beg for mercy, either find a large number of lives for me to kill, or send me an old god. This is your mission. Go, I still need to sleep. Kalibok hung up the call after saying that. The figure of the car repair factory turned into pieces and disappeared in midair. What's there to be impressive about? It's just that you have a father. Circe was so angry that her face turned pale. She waved her hand and several flames flew out. The broken bodies on the ground were all burned into charcoal. Only then did she take a step forward and leave the scene. It was not until the surroundings fell into silence that the two young heroes came out after a long while. They did not know who Kalibok was, nor did they know Circe. However, they checked the scene carefully. Chapter 9:14. The corpses were burned to ashes, but as the son of a famous detective, Damien could always find some clues. The truck driver from before was also one of the dead. However, without exception, they were all tortured to death. There were no signs of resistance on the ground either. It was as though they were tortured to death without any resistance. This is just a temporary noodle restaurant. Everything is normal, except for these corpses. Little Jonathan used his supervision to observe the surroundings. Seduction spell, a very powerful seduction spell. The targets chosen are all strong men. They have different occupations, such as drivers, lawyers, and gang members. It seems that the man was seriously injured, so he's going through some kind of ritual to recover. Damien also made his own deductions. Damien analyzed with a straight face. He was too far away from the level of the old gods and new gods. Thea naturally wouldn't be so free as to tell him this. Based on the current situation, it wasn't too far from the truth. He didn't know how long Kalibok would have to worry about meeting Circe every time. Thea had just come into contact with the divine power of death that day, so she didn't use much strength. Kalibok's life force was stronger, so he was on the verge of death. As Darkseid's son, and the eldest son at that, Kalibok was saved even though his father looked at him with hostility. However, that was the extent of the relationship between father and son. How much he could recover in the future was entirely up to him. As for the 10 million lives, it was just a bluff to Circe. If the quality wasn't good enough, it didn't matter how many there were. Kalibok wasn't stupid. After regaining consciousness, he immediately sent his subordinates to search for the old gods in the multiverse. As the eldest son of Darkseid, even though his father looked down on him, there were still many who were willing to run errands for him. Circe, who had escaped from the underworld, entered his line of sight. Knowing that Thea had entered the underworld, neither her backer, Hecate, nor her mother, the queen of the underworld, who had made Hades a cuckold, could protect her. Circe was decisive and ran back to Earth without a second thought. She couldn't walk the path of the old gods, so she could only look for the path of the new gods. Coincidentally, Kalibak's subordinates found her, and they hit it off. Circe would help him find an old god to restore his divine power, and Kalibak, as the self-proclaimed heir of Darkside, promised to accept Circe into the new gods faction. Their alliance was weak and had no guarantee, but under the strong pressure of the eldest miss, the two of them were still united. Kalibak wanted to never step into this universe again. It would be much better to slaughter in another parallel universe. It would be safer and less troublesome. However, he was the eldest son of Darkside. He could not say that he was afraid in front of the evil lord. He could only brace himself and stir up trouble. He needed to show that he wasn't afraid of him at all, even though he had defeated him in one move. It didn't matter if others believed him or not, as long as Darkside believed him. Fortunately, Darkside knew what he was capable of and asked him not to lose the title of the Apocalypse Star. He didn't say anything like, "Bring your head to see me," or "Die hard." Kalibak's luck was really good. He had chosen a time when Sia and Diana were not around to come to Earth. Then, he had found Circe, a guide, to help him. He was on tenterhooks as he wreaked havoc on Earth just to prove his bravery. Circe's charm was ineffective on him, but she was a beauty after all, so it could at least ease his mood. Otherwise, he was afraid that he would faint from the psychological pressure before he could even say a few words. Circe, the other person he was dealing with, was a narrow-minded person. She felt that everyone was narrow-minded. She didn't know that Diana didn't take her seriously at all. The eldest miss was so busy that she didn't care about her at all. Circe was scaring herself. She was so paranoid that even the slightest sound was an enemy. Kalibak would occasionally show his face on Earth to prove that he wasn't a coward. Circe couldn't do that. She had nowhere to run. She was about to have a nervous breakdown. In order to find an old god to prove her allegiance, she racked her brains. She didn't know many of the old gods, only a few of them. She couldn't defeat the ones in the underworld, not to mention Hades and Zeus. Fortunately, there were enough gods in the Greek system. She went through them several times and finally found a good target. Hercules, the god of strength, was full of divine power. He was alone, and most importantly, he was a man. Circe was very confident in her charm spells. However, the god of strength wasn't an eggplant in the field. She needed a plan. The adults were busy with their own things. Damien and his friends also started to investigate the matter. The two naughty children agreed not to call their parents, so they excluded Jinglian. As for the young titans, little Jonathan wanted to ask them to do the mission together, but Damien rejected this suggestion. He felt that the extraordinary twins were more than capable of doing the mission. A month passed quickly. The Flash was cleared of his crimes with the help of his friends and was released from prison. Green Arrow accompanied his wife to live a primitive life on Purgatory Island. Theo was busy every day. The affairs of the underworld were complicated. Even if everything was on the right track, she still needed to pay attention to it. She couldn't relax at all. Ever since the Penguin Man was captured to dig coal, the Two-Faced Man died in an accident, and the clown fell into the mountain stream, Gotham fell into a blank period. Evil might be late, but it would never be absent. Black Mask rose in Gotham. His influence was huge. He was rich and powerful. His marksmanship wasn't inferior to Death Archer. Most importantly, his mask had the ability to control the mind. Batman fought with him many times with his strong will, but he didn't gain any advantage. After knocking down a criminal with a few punches, a hurried shout came from his earpiece. It was the old butler, Fu. The old butler explained quickly. Batman forced himself to listen to it. He didn't want to care about Black Mask anymore and rushed back. He entered the Bat Cave and took off his mask. The old butler rushed out. "Young Master Damien, he..." The old butler choked up after saying a few words. Superman and little Jonathan walked out from the inner room. Little Jonathan was still upset about his friend's disappearance. Damien doesn't seem to be on Earth. Jonathan has been accompanying his mother for the past 2 days. Superman didn't know how to comfort his old friend. He explained dryly. "I will find him," Batman said firmly. He was saying it to the old butler and Superman, but also to himself. He pulled up all of Damien's records. More than 10 screens showed them at the same time. Batman started to analyze them bit by bit. Initially, it was the 2 children who went on the adventure together. However, 3 days ago, little Jonathan was called away by Louise. Damien didn't give up and continued to investigate. Batman had never seen Calabac and Circe. He pointed at the screen and asked little Jonathan, "Who are they?" Chapter 9:15. Little Jonathan shook his head. "Not yet, but Damien said that this woman is good at magic." Rubbing his forehead, Batman knew that it wasn't the worst yet. He trusted his instincts and forced himself to calm down. If Superman said that there were no such people on Earth, then these 2 people were definitely not from Earth. After all, Calabac was more than 2 meters tall, had a big head, and his hair and beard were all connected. His appearance was too obvious, and it was difficult for people on Earth to grow up like him. They don't look like aliens either, at least this woman doesn't. Superman seemed to know what Batman was thinking and reminded him. As an old friend, and this matter also involved his son, Superman was very attentive. He even put aside the Fortress of Solitude and did a lot of work in less than 3 minutes after receiving the news. Seeing that Batman was listening carefully, he continued to add. "From my experience, Thea probably knows these weird guys, but she and Diana are not on Earth at the moment. I've contacted her secretary, and it seems that she's not in the universe either. Maybe the White House has some information, but my identity is sensitive, so it's not convenient for me to go." Superman gave him a suggestion. Batman put on his mask again and nodded to show his gratitude to Superman. "I can find her." After that, he piloted the Bat Fighter, opened the cave passage, and flew into the distance. Entering the main hall, he teleported to the New World School of Magic. Malcolm was drinking tea with Madame Xanadu. Astrology and divination were 2 subjects that were rarely studied in this era, and their worldviews did not match. You said that the stars symbolized disaster, but he insisted that it was a comet. They were not on the same channel at all. The 2 did not insist. If they wanted to learn, then learn. If they did not want to learn, then forget it. Away from the hustle and bustle of the world, they looked at the stars and played cards when they had nothing to do. As if sensing something, Old Ma's eyes suddenly became extremely sharp, and he raised his hand and a white light flashed. With a swoosh, a throwing knife flew out of Old Ma's hand. Batman, who had jumped in through the window, did not even look and grabbed the handle of the knife. Whether it was throwing knives or grabbing knives, they all used the techniques of the League of Assassins. Batman? What an honored guest. Of course, Malcolm knew who he was. Even though they had never crossed paths before, they knew of each other's existence. However, Malcolm was a little puzzled. What was this guy doing here? Where's Thea? I have something urgent to talk to her about, Batman said stiffly. Thea. The daughter of the president. She's from the Righteous Alliance, right? You asked the wrong person, hero. Old Ma showed an appropriately surprised expression, as if Batman had said something very strange. Batman was silent for a moment. I know about your relationship with her. I've investigated a lot of things. Malcolm put on a fake smile. What a coincidence. I've also investigated a lot of things. I know your true identity. The two of them were at loggerheads with each other. Both of them had been disheartened by the death of their loved ones. They had similar life experiences and were both trained in the Union of Assassins. However, their lives after that were completely different. At this moment, before they could even finish speaking, a fight was about to break out. Fortunately, Madame Xanadu was more rational. Perhaps she had expected this, or perhaps she had divined it. She asked calmly, "Batman, why are you looking for Thea?" "I'm asking about their whereabouts." "I'll say it again. I don't know any Thea. You've got the wrong person. She's your daughter." "I don't believe that you don't have a way to contact her," Batman said coldly. Malcolm's voice was even colder. "Mr. Wayne, you've crossed the line." Madame Xanadu, who had always been quiet and good-tempered, covered her face. Were these two born to be at odds with each other? Why were they so angry? She hurriedly stepped in to smooth things over. Only then did the two men stop. Batman was usually not so impatient, but today, he was so worried about his son that he was about to explode. Deep down, Old Ma was still the evil big boss. He felt uncomfortable all over when he thought of the ninja master's expectations of Batman. It was already a show of restraint that the two did not take out their swords to fight. Knowing that Batman was looking for his son, Madame Xanadu also tried to persuade him. Malcolm finally snorted, took out a water basin, filled it with water, and began to recite the spell over and over again. It was extremely difficult to connect the earth to the underworld. Madame Xanadu was not good at magic, but she was still much better than Old Ma. The two of them worked together to increase the output of their magic, but the channel still did not open. In desperation, they could only call Constantine, Midnight, Zatanna, and Mr. E over. The six of them worked together as if they were summoning a big boss. Finally, they opened a channel to the underworld. "You opened such a big channel to find me." "Ha! Why is Batman here too?" Thea was very puzzled. She had only left the channel for Old Ma to transmit her voice in an emergency. Who knew that these people would forcibly expand it, and the original phone channel would be expanded to a video connection? What was the other side? It was gloomy and cold. Constantine had been to heaven and hell, but he had never been to the underworld. Out of curiosity, he wanted to take a closer look at the environment on the other side. Batman pushed Constantine to the side, brought up the image, pointed at Calabac and Circe, and asked, "Do you know these two?" Thea was a little stunned. She looked at the image and said, "I do. The man is Calabac. I have not seen the woman before, but Diana has seen her before. Judging from her outfit, she should be Circe." Batman heaved a sigh of relief. It was much easier to find them with a name. He quickly asked, "Where are they?" Thea answered truthfully, "Calabac is on the Apocalypse Star. He is the eldest son of Darkseid. As for Circe, wait a moment, I will ask." The population of the underworld was now under the control of the two-faced man. As a former district attorney and later a gang leader, he was able to do well in both the underworld and the underworld. This guy was very good at organizing and coordinating. He was good at getting things done, but weak at fighting. Harvey Dante was now equivalent to the Secretary General of the underworld. Thea wanted to call the two-faced man over for questioning, but she remembered that Batman knew him. It would be very troublesome to explain why this person was on her side, so she quickly changed her mind. In less than 3 seconds, she reappeared. "Circe is on the Apocalypse Star now. What happened?" Batman pursed his lips and did not speak. Old Ma pretended not to know and drank his tea. Madame Xanadu was kind enough to tell them everything. Damien's disappearance. "You suspect that the Apocalypse Star is behind it?" Thea thought that her butterfly wings were big enough that some things would not happen again. She did not expect this to happen. Then, the next step would be Batman killing his way to the Apocalypse Star. As expected, Batman rejected her help and said that he would find his son. I really can't leave now. Hell is attacking me. It's not appropriate for my clone to appear on the Apocalypse Star. My grudge with them runs too deep. Chapter 9:16. Xia didn't refuse. The trade with the underworld had touched the nerves of some of the great demons of hell. The 3 stupid sons of the 3 palace demons were now attacking the underworld with a bunch of demons. She wasn't afraid of these 3 idiots, but she didn't want to fight with the 3 palace demons over such a small matter. Putting aside whether she could defeat them or not, the most important thing was that it was meaningless. As long as hell existed, demons would never die. They recovered much faster than gods, and they would be as good as new after 18 years. She had to control the scale of the war and show hell's might. She had to control the balance. As for accompanying Batman to Apocalypse Star, that was a joke. That wasn't saving people, but provoking them. Hell wasn't strong enough to fight on 2 fronts, not to mention that Damien wasn't dead yet. Even if he was dead, Hell was a direct subordinate organization. With Xia opening the back door, they could revive him. How big a deal was that? However, there was no need to tell Batman this. As the goddess of death, she absolutely couldn't appear on the Revelation Star right now. If she appeared, a mega battle would immediately follow. If the Heavenly Father, 3 imperial palaces, and demons were dragged into the battlefield, many of the multiverse would be rebooted ahead of time. Therefore, she could only let Lord Bat go alone. There was another advantage to Batman going now. The gods on Apocalypse Star were either dead or injured. None of them were in good condition. He could go to Apocalypse Star and save his son, earn some achievements, and then run away. In theory, there was room for maneuver. As a reserve member ranked within the top 50, she could already use a small part of the second Sister of Death's power. Thea reached out and drew an Ankh amulet. It couldn't be compared to the original, but its effect was similar. After thinking for a while, she took out a dagger. This was a divine weapon that Anubis had specially made for Darkseid. Horus's left eye. When Horus was young, he had given his left eye to Osiris, which later fell into Anubis' hands. In order to take revenge on Darkseid, the current god of death had used Osiris' teeth, Horus's left eye, and his own finger bone to create this divine weapon. It contained the blood feud between the Egyptian gods and Darkseid. Thea had a feeling that Batman would have a chance to stab Darkseid in the back. If Fatty Blue were to launch another expedition against the Egyptian gods for revenge, it would definitely help her consolidate the underworld. They might not be able to take the initiative to attack, but Hell wasn't afraid of any other power in a defensive battle. He threw the teleportation talisman and the dagger to Batman through the passage between the 2 worlds. Perhaps the Apocalypse Star will close the Mother Box's authority at the end. You and Damien can use this to teleport back to Earth. The dagger only has one chance. Seize the opportunity and find Damien. She spoke the last 2 sentences very seriously. Then, she told him the coordinates of the Mother Box of the Apocalypse Star before closing the passage. The few magicians automatically looked at the dagger. This blood-red divine weapon was surrounded by a murderous aura, which contained endless hatred. Batman didn't waste time talking nonsense with these magicians. Zatanna offered to help, but he refused. When he returned to the Bat Cave, he found that the members of the Bat family had been waiting for him for a while. He knew that it was the old butler Foo's idea. Not only Nightwing Dick, Red Robin Tim, Batgirl Barbara, and even the second-generation Robin Jason were called back. How's Damien? Any clues? Nightwing was the first to speak. When Batman told them the details, the 4 immediately said that they were willing to accompany him no matter how dangerous the situation ahead was. He refused without even thinking about it. Bruce, you're too stubborn. What do you think we are? You hide all your problems in your heart. Can your heart hold so many secrets? Barbara's words were tactful. The Red Hood wasn't so polite. Yes, you told us that the Joker doesn't know who we really are. What happened? You almost got us killed. You almost got all of us killed. Everyone who trusted you. Batman was silent for a long time. I trust you. The Red Hood snorted in disdain. I trust you. No matter how you look at me, you can't change that. But I don't trust myself. Batman took off his hood and continued. His face was no longer young. Years of not being exposed to the sun made his face look a little pale. No matter how good his diet was or how hard he worked, time had left its mark on his face. He was no longer young. I trust you. I poured all my effort into this identity of Batman. You can continue my duties. That's the greatest affirmation for me. Nightwing deliberated for a long time before speaking slowly. Why don't you ask the Justice League for help? If they help, saving Damian will be easier. Batman shook his head firmly. This is my business. It has nothing to do with justice or the safety of Earth. This is the duty of a father. I won't let any hero of Earth die on Apocalypse. Their expressions changed. They immediately guessed what Batman was going to say. That's why I won't let you go either. Your duty is to protect Earth and Gotham. Not to accompany an old man to save someone. Nightwing erupted like a volcano. Damian is like my brother. You're like my father. I'm willing to do anything for you. How dare you treat me like this? Batman looked him in the eye. If I don't come back, inherit my cape and cloak. That's what you should do for me. Tonight, Black Mask has a group of subordinates trading at the dock. You should leave. Then, he looked at them seriously. Barbara was the first to get on the motorcycle and leave the Bat Cave. Then, Red Robin and the Red Hood followed. Nightwing was the last to leave. You must come back safely. Nightwing's voice floated to his ear. Batman's back was facing him, so no one could see his expression. After they left the Bat Cave, he put on his mask again. He walked to the depths of the cave and entered a complicated password in front of a heavy metal door. After a few rounds of fingerprint and pupil checks, he finally took out his trump card. Hellbat armor. He didn't expect this armor to be put to use so soon. Energy operation system, life support system, propulsion system, photoelectric stealth system, weapon system, and more than 10 other systems came online. With the help of the onboard computer, Batman quickly put on the armor. What followed was pain. Under the worried gaze of the old butler, Ah Fu, Batman opened the mother box. This was the loot from the last battle. He waved at the old butler, set the coordinates, and walked into the orange tunnel. He turned on the photoelectric cloak and entered stealth mode. Wearing the ink-black armor with a blood-red bat symbol on his chest, Batman quickly rushed out of the tunnel. Flames scorched the sky. Smoke from countless discarded materials rose into the air. Countless slaves were walking quickly with their heads lowered. The apocalypse demons that Roland had seen in the New World were working as overseers. Blood, sweat, curses, and screams mixed together. This was a terrible environment to be in. Chapter 9:17. Batman did not know how his son could survive in such an environment. There was almost no oxygen here. Anxiously, he turned on the detection device and was overjoyed. Damian's life force was still there, and he did not look like he was severely injured. He secretly ordered the armor to extract his life force and activate flight mode. A pair of 5-meter-wide bat wings spread out behind him. Amidst the light, he was like a large bird flying silently across the sky. Many of the Apocalypse Planet's citizens felt something strange above them, but they could not see anyone. Robin, please reply if you hear me. Damien, I'm coming. Hurry up and reply. Amidst the tearing sounds, the communication device was hung up. Batman felt as if a ball of fire had ignited in his heart. Damn it! He cursed. On one hand, he was worried about his son. On the other hand, wearing the armor was really painful. Every second felt like needles stabbing into his body. The Apocalypse demons were driving the slaves into the volcano to appease the anger of the Apocalypse Planet. In Batman's eyes, they were killing innocent people for their own entertainment. He could no longer control his temper. With a whoosh, he revealed himself and grabbed the necks of the two apocalyptic demons, smashing their heads together. Then, he used his speed to break the bones of more than 10 soldiers. He adhered to the principle of not killing. Even if it was the Apocalypse demon, he would not kill them. However, this did not mean that he would allow them to continue doing evil. These soldiers would probably have to spend the rest of their lives bedridden. That was if the Apocalypse Star had such benefits. Once the battle began, Batman would not hold back. He needed to vent his anger and the pain in his body through battle. Like a certain beautiful lady from a month ago, a bloody path paved with the corpses of defeated soldiers appeared on the Apocalypse Planet. Batman did not say that he would fight Darkseid alone. He followed the signal from the tracker and went straight for the Apocalypse Planet. The Apocalypse demons were not very intelligent, and they were ruled by fear. They only knew that this black guy was an enemy, so they stopped him at all costs. The Hellbat armor was a combination of the wisdom of all the people in the Alliance, and it was powered by Sia's god of death. Ordinary soldiers were no match for Batman at all, and the path of wounded soldiers was not inferior to the path of death that day. Seeing that there was no way to resist, someone immediately reported to the commander of the Apocalypse Star Army, Comrade Wasteland Wolf. What? Someone else is coming alone. The Wasteland Wolf's eyes were wide open. He couldn't understand. Our Heaven Enlightenment planet isn't some holy land of revolution. Is there a need for all of you to come and visit us? Are you sure it's a person? He asked the messenger. The small soldier swore that it was just a big black man, and the other party was unstoppable. He was like a demon that had crawled out from hell, and even the elite Apocalypse demons were no match for him. With Thea's example, the Great Plains Wolf didn't dare to hide anything this time. He hurriedly got up to report to his boss. He took a step forward with his left foot, but after a moment of hesitation, he took a step back. The Wasteland Wolf wanted to look at the scene before making a decision. What he saw almost made him spit out a mouthful of blood. He slapped the reporting soldier and shouted, "This is just an ordinary person. He doesn't have a trace of divine power on him." He almost broke out in a cold sweat. If he had called his boss and found out that it was just a normal person, the Great Plains Wolf would have had a very tragic end. Even though this normal person looked very powerful, the Great Plains Wolf's eyes were very sharp. He saw through the truth at a glance. The armor was indeed powerful, but the person inside was definitely a normal person. The Great Plains Wolf was very cautious, afraid that the other party was pretending to be weak. He observed for another 5 minutes. In the end, he confirmed that Batman was undoubtedly a normal person. He wasn't even a demigod, let alone a new god. However, when he saw the Hellbat armor, he fell silent. He didn't know how this armor was made, and he couldn't figure out the source of power inside. The Great Plains Wolf could see that the armor was a threat to him. After all, he wasn't in his best condition. He was Khan Yojia's younger brother and Darkseid's uncle. It was understandable that he was beaten up so badly by Thea. It wasn't strange that the goddess of death couldn't defeat her. However, now that a normal person couldn't defeat her, he was in deep trouble. The Apocalypse Star's brotherly friendship came into play again. He was prepared to send someone else. However, when he looked at the combat strength of his side, he wanted to cry but had no tears to shed. He found that his side was full of defeated soldiers. Mantis was heavily injured and still unconscious. Kalibok was heavily injured, but he had been awakened by Darkside. As for how much combat strength he had left, it was a sad story. Guangdong had been removed from the list of traitors, and the mental hospital's core had been damaged. He had gone into seclusion somewhere to recover. The kind grandmother had also been sent out by Darkside to rebuild the Nemesis team. She wasn't at home at all. Wyman Vandaba was a scientist, not a warrior. It didn't make sense for a warrior like him to hide in the back and send a scientist to kill the enemy. After counting with his fingers for a long time, the Great Plains wolf found that everyone on his side was injured. The only ones who weren't injured were himself and the Great Warlock. However, he was still scheming. He ordered his subordinates to tell Kalibok that it wasn't a new god who had come, but a normal person, so that he could avenge his humiliation. Kalibok didn't know that his second grandpa was planning to set him up. He heard that it was just a normal person. Even though he couldn't figure out why a normal person would come to the Apocalypse Star, he still charged out with his serrated sword. Batman was furious when he saw Lionhead. This was the guy who had taken his son away. It was true that anger rose from the heart and evil grew from the side of one's guts. Without saying a word, he rushed up and punched the criminal in the head, knocking him down and then forcing him to tell him the information he wanted. This was a common tactic Batman had used in Gotham for 20 years, and he still did it today. He never expected that Kalibok, who looked powerful and invincible, was actually just an embroidered pillow. After being rescued by Darkside, he only had a sliver of health left. After being brutally tortured throughout the universe, he had recovered some divine power, but it was still far from his peak. Circe had some tricks up her sleeves. She had captured the god of strength, Hercules, and killed an old god, allowing Kalibaka's divine power to recover faster. Unfortunately, the god of strength wasn't just for show. He took advantage of the gap and escaped with serious injuries. Kalibok pieced together his divine power and barely recovered more than 10%, less than 20%. Facing Batman's all-out attack with the Hellbat armor, he didn't have time to think. He used the attack he was most familiar with, which was to meet force with force. With a loud boom, sand and stones flew everywhere, and the shockwave blew away countless soldiers. Batman was speechless. This guy with lion head was sent flying more than 10 meters. He spat out blood as he lay on the ground, his whole body twitching. It was visible to the naked eye that his skin and bones were trembling. His bones and blood vessels were ruptured, and it looked like he was about to die. Chapter 9:18. It was too strange that Kalibok was heavily injured. How could a paranoid person like Batman believe it? He grabbed a soldier, curled him into a ball, and threw him at Kalibok. Pfft! Like a small fountain, Lionhead vomited another mouthful of blood. His eyes had been filled with unyielding hatred when he looked at Batman earlier, but there was nothing now, because he was in a trance and was about to die. Am I that powerful? Batman looked at his fist, then turned back to look at the injured soldiers behind him. This didn't make sense. These soldiers were only heavily injured, but this guy who looked like their leader was beaten to such a state by him. Was he here to extort money? Even with Batman's level 9 intelligence, he couldn't figure out the real reason behind this. He didn't know that his armor was powered by the god of death, and that Kalibok still had a large amount of the god of death in his body. Darkseid's father-son relationship wasn't enough to help him neutralize the god of death's power. Now that the god of death was working together, Batman's punch directly triggered his old injury. Kalibok might have been able to withstand it if he was in perfect condition, but now he could only lie on the ground and wait for treatment. Batman wanted to interrogate him about his son's whereabouts, but he could only give up when he saw Kalibaka's state. He was afraid that he would kill him with another punch. Fortunately, the tracker was still there. Saving Damien was the most important thing. He didn't dwell on it and continued flying forward. Behind him, the desolate wolf's head was filled with question marks. Kalibok had lost too quickly. You should at least exchange a few moves. Even the desolate wolf, who had a good temper, wanted to strangle him to death. What a shame. He was also his relative, but he was beaten down by an ordinary person like a punching bag. Even he felt embarrassed. He had no choice but to fight personally. Wasteland Wolf. Batman defeated the pursuers with a few punches and looked at the hatchet-wielding man. Needless to say, he knew him. Who are you? You have a faint aura of death on you. The Wasteland Wolf was right. He was very familiar with the god of death. He couldn't see it through the screen, but he couldn't be wrong. Unfortunately, Batman misunderstood. He said with a gloomy face, "That's your death." The Wasteland Wolf didn't waste any more words and swung his hatchet. Without the armor, it would be extremely difficult for Batman to hide. Unfortunately, the fierce attacks of the Great Plains Wolf seemed to be in slow motion in Batman's eyes. The power of Godspeed was running rapidly inside the armor. Although he couldn't run at that kind of speed, with the help of various technological products, Batman's current reaction speed wasn't much worse than that of an extreme speed. Seeing the momentum of the axe, he grabbed the handle of the axe and sent a flying kick towards the Wasteland Wolf's jaw. The Wasteland Wolf tilted its head and dodged the attack, as if it was shocked by the enemy's quick reaction. At the same time, it took out a newly forged greatsword and slashed at Batman's arm. This attack was fast and ruthless, and extremely tricky. Even if he was not in his best condition, he was still the Wasteland Wolf that had ambushed Earth's second Wonder Woman. Batman could only let go of his sword and retreat. At the same time, he threw out 3 bat darts. The bat darts seemed to have a life of their own. They broke down and regrouped in the air, quickly turning from 3 to 300 to 3,000 until they filled the entire sky. They were densely packed like a group of black bats as they flew about in all directions. All sorts of random movements covered the Great Plains Wolf's line of sight. They were accompanied by strange sound waves, attempting to confuse his judgment. Camouflage. With his rich battle experience, the Great Plains Wolf instantly understood his opponent's intentions, or perhaps he thought he understood. He put away the long sword and swung the axe with all his might. Like a hurricane, it swept through the swarm of bats. Among them were the truly lethal bat darts, and there were also shadows cast by optical technology. There were even some green lights, but the surroundings were pitch black. All sorts of lights and shadows crisscrossed, and the little bit of green was not obvious in the dazzling scene. You dare to use such little tricks? Before the Great Plains Wolf could finish speaking, he saw Batman suddenly appear on his left side. When did he move to his side? The Great Plains Wolf was using long weapons, and it was a little difficult for him to fight in close quarters. Just as he swung the axe halfway, he saw Batman raise his left arm. The blades on his arm were forged by Superman on a star. They were as strong and sharp as any metal in the world. The 3 blades pierced into the Great Plains Wolf's left rib. Batman knew that the new god had the healing characteristic of divine power, so he did not pull the blades out immediately after they'd entered his body. Instead, he stirred them, and then with a sudden burst of speed, he used the momentum of his forward charge to cut a huge wound under the Great Plains Wolf's rib. Golden blood flowed out instantly, and the Great Plains Wolf hurriedly used his divine power to heal his body. Unfortunately, half of his body slowly went numb. Not only did his divine power not heal his body, but it also clashed with the appendages on the blades, causing more damage to the wound. The Great Plains Wolf was familiar with this divine power. Was this not divine power of the soul? And it was not just divine power of the soul. There was something else mixed in as well. It seemed to be similar to Darkseid's attributes. It was a pity that they had no intention of communicating. Otherwise, Batman would have told him that this was the nameless thing extracted from the area where Thea and Darkseid fought. The Blood Brothers could make poisonous smoke, and Batman was not far behind. Current technology could not even analyze what this thing was. It could only be used as a poison by the Assassin League. They could smear some on their weapons to achieve excellent results. The Great Plains Wolf could not speak of the mixed divine power. After all, there were only a few of them. Given some time, he would definitely be able to dispel them. However, Batman was very experienced. He did not give the Great Plains Wolf a chance to recover. He attacked with all his might. The two exchanged another 7 or 8 blows. Taking advantage of the numbness on the Great Plains Wolf's left side, he added another wound to his enemy's back. Just as he was about to follow up with another attack, a black ball of light hit his shoulder. Batman was sent flying more than 10 feet away. It was a great warlock who had arrived late. Seeing that the Great Plains Wolf was in danger, he hurriedly used Shadow Impact to push back Batman. Even with Diana's enchantment, the Hellbat armor was not 100% immune to magic. His mastery of magic was not as good as Thea's, but the Great Warlock was still one of the best among the magic gods. There were only a few people who were better at using shadow magic than him. Batman was an ordinary person, so he was naturally not in this range. However, Superman's armor was made on a star, so it naturally countered shadow magic. Coupled with Olympus's enchantment and Batman's high willpower, shadow magic did not do much damage to him other than causing him a slight impact. Seeing that he was unharmed, the Great Warlock felt a little guilty. He exchanged a look with the Great Plains Wolf. They both had the same thought. This big black guy either has the divine power of death or the divine power of soul. Could the goddess of death be lying in ambush nearby? Thinking of how Thea had tortured them like vegetables, the two gods trembled a little. Their movements unconsciously slowed down. Chapter 9:19. Batman immediately realized this. He didn't know what the enemy was thinking and thought that all the bad guys in the evil faction were like this, guarding against each other and hindering each other. The bad guys in Gotham were like this, and it seemed like the Apocalypse Star was like this too. This was good news for him. Relying on the fact that magic didn't deal much damage to him, he attacked the Great Warlock fiercely and then flew towards Damien's location on the tracker. Come back here. The Great Plains Wolf threw out a metal chain, wrapped it around his ankle and pulled him back. At the same time, he was curious about Batman's goal. He wasn't flying towards the palace, nor was he going to deal with the heavily injured new gods. Instead, he was flying towards a private house. The Great Plains Wolf suspected that there was an inside story that he didn't know about. He hurriedly asked the Great Warlock in the telepathic channel. What's in that direction? What's he going to do? The Great Warlock was also confused. He had just entered the battlefield and didn't understand the situation as well as the Great Plains Wolf. Both of them came to the Apocalypse Star to play. The two gods studied for a long time but still couldn't figure it out. The only one who knew the whole story, Kalibok, was knocked unconscious 30 seconds ago. They could only fight with Batman in a daze. They didn't want to kill the enemy, as long as they could trap the enemy, they would win. They were fighting very conservatively. Batman calmly analyzed and realized that he had to break out of this situation. Otherwise, he would be chased and beaten up, and it would be useless even if he found Damien. The Great Plains Wolf had accumulated hundreds of millions of years of battle experience and could be considered extraordinary. Although he was beaten like a dog by Thea, that was because of the difference in attributes. At the same level, it wasn't an exaggeration to say that the Great Plains Wolf was invincible. Although Batman was conceited, he didn't think that he could beat the other party. The Great Warlock became the key to breaking out of this situation. It wasn't that magic gods didn't know how to fight in close range. After all, they were at a high level and more or less dabbled in all aspects. For example, Thea could fight in close range and Diana could also cast spells. The Great Warlock naturally had the ability to fight in close range as well. At this moment, the Great Warlock Desard was holding a dagger and dancing up and down, cooperating with the Great Plains Wolf to attack Batman. In the Great Warlock's mind, Batman's armor was powerful, but he was essentially immortal. He really wasn't worthy of the two new gods joining hands. Unconsciously, the battle became a little perfunctory. His armor must have a time limit. This level of energy is not something an ordinary person can handle. This reasoning process was not complicated. He shared his thoughts with the Wasteland Wolf through the telepathic channel, and the Wasteland Wolf deeply agreed. If an ordinary person wearing a suit of armor could fight with them for hundreds of rounds, then the new god would be too worthless. Wasting time and letting the other party suffer the consequences of his own actions, they could almost see the scene of Batman wailing endlessly, lying on the ground and turning into a pile of bones. The Great Warlock's bursting fireball smashed into the armor. Unexpectedly, the fireball seemed to have smashed into empty air and flew far away. Batman, who was originally in front of him, was like a mirror, drifting and distorting before directly disappearing into the air. A mirror image. The Great Warlock had also learned a lot of scientific knowledge. He could see that this method wasn't magic, but rather a very ingenious optical technology. Knowing that he had been targeted by the enemy, he softly uttered a word. A dark flame ignited and enveloped him in the middle. Before he had time to rejoice, he saw a huge fist rapidly approaching from the left side of his vision. The Great Warlock had fought with the Martian Hunter in the New World, and Batman had seen the video of their battle dozens of times. There was definitely no secret to dealing with a magic-type god. However, Batman only slept for an hour every day, so he managed to figure out a trick. From an apprentice who knew some tricks to a wizard, a great wizard, and even a wizard god like Thea. Batman used a supercomputer to simulate their battle scenes and made various deductions and calculations. He didn't understand anything about magic casting and spell modeling, but that didn't stop him from observing from the side. Every wizard had a fixed rhythm. Once it was disrupted, they needed time to readjust. As for the rhythm of the Great Warlock, Batman analyzed it the most. For this, Batman had made several preparations. Seeing that the Great Warlock had taken the bait, he ignored the flame and punched Disrad's left face. Disarco was sent flying dizzily. Before he could regain his composure, Batman spread his wings and caught up to him with the power of speed and the power of death. He punched Disarco's open abdomen again. Punching left and right, Batman attacked wildly. The Great Warlock tried to teleport, but was interrupted by the supersonic wave. The strong backlash and internal injuries made him spit out a mouthful of golden blood. The Great Wasteland Wolf chased after him desperately. Unfortunately, he was good at martial arts and had plenty of combat experience, but he was never good at speed. This was also the main reason why he could tolerate extreme speed on Earth too. Now that Batman's speed was no less than extreme speed, he couldn't catch up even if he used all his strength. Listening to his old friend Disrad's continuous screams, he really didn't have any good ideas. Crack. Continuous attacks. Batman felt that this guy's body structure was similar to that of a human body. He broke the Great Warlock's spine with a knee strike, then hit the back of his head twice. Seeing that the Great Warlock had fainted, he didn't even look at the Great Wasteland Wolf and flew to the other side at high speed. A round of fierce attacks knocked down an enemy, but the price was that a large part of the armor was burned. The corrosive energy was seeping into the armor every second. The armor's power was increased from 50% to 65%, and the extra part was used to resist the invasion of magic. The Great Wasteland Wolf didn't dare to underestimate this mortal anymore. This guy was ruthless, not only to his enemies, but also to himself. He ordered his subordinates to take care of the Great Warlock while he chased after him, but his speed was simply too slow. Damien. Seeing that his son was right in front of him, Batman kicked open the door. He saw two people, one big and one small, looking at him in a daze. Damien's son was holding a book and flipping through it. The woman called Circe's hands were moving, her fingers were moving, and a black line was stretched out and connected out of thin air, as if she was drawing some kind of pattern. Even if he didn't have any experience, he could see that they seemed to be carrying out some kind of teaching activity. Batman didn't think that he would be wrong about this. "You're courting death." Circe saw a big black guy rushing in through the door. She thought that the Apocalypse Star wanted to show her who was the boss, so she threw out a shadow arrow without thinking. This spell could instantly kill an ordinary Batman, but he was now a super Batman. He could even withstand the Great Warlock's pain spell. Circe's two moves were simply a breeze. The trajectory of the shadow arrow seemed to be in slow motion in his eyes. The armor calculated that the energy of this black fog was not as good as the spells of the Great Warlock, so he chose to disperse it with a punch. It was the first time Damien saw the power of the Hell Bat armor. He didn't think that his birthday gift would be so powerful. He was stunned for a moment. Circe saw that her spell was easily broken by Batman. She raised her eyebrows, raised her left hand, and a colorful ball was thrown out. Chapter 9:20. Don't, he's mine. Damien had been with Circe for a while. He recognized that this was Circe's signature spell, Greater Transfiguration. Circe's spell was extremely overbearing. Similar to Diana's lasso of truth, it was related to the rules. To resist the spell, one had to be at a higher level than her, like the new gods. Or even women. Damien proved with his actions that boys could do the same. However, there was no doubt that men could be transfigured by spells. Batman's son was already old enough, so he was naturally a man. He was also an ordinary man. Logically speaking, there was a 100% chance that he would be affected. However, something that shocked Circe happened. The spell that she was so proud of disappeared. It seemed to have hit Batman, but in fact, it had flown to some unknown plane. The dark multiverse was still brewing. Even the Heavenly Father did not know what was going on inside, let alone Circe. She could only vaguely feel that something behind this big black man seemed to be sucking away her spell. "Who are you?" Batman did not say anything. Damien used his actions to tell her who this person was. "You, why are you here? I'm here to save you. Come with me." Batman felt that his son's situation was completely different from what he had expected. Not only was he not abused, but he was also alive and kicking. There was nothing wrong with him. He looked at his son from head to toe. "How are you breathing normally here?" Damien's reaction was lightning fast. He quickly connected the dots. "Sister Circe taught me the spell. She's not a bad person. I'm afraid there's a misunderstanding." Batman did not have time to think. He activated the sonic channel and was about to run. He could talk about it when he got home. However, just as the orange-red passageway rose up, a thunderous punch crossed the distance between them and struck down. It's Darkseid. Batman had seen the evil lord before. However, at that time, Theo was in front of him, so he did not feel much pressure. Now that he was facing it himself, even though he was still a distance away, he could feel the endless power contained within. The attack came extremely quickly. The mother box that Batman had obtained from the Apocalypse Demon minions wasn't some high-grade item. The passage had just risen, and it was estimated that it would take another second for it to stabilize. He didn't have time to explain in detail. He pulled Damien and spread his wings to dodge to the other side. Circe's reaction wasn't slow either. This punch also enveloped her, and she could only run out with Batman. As soon as they got out of the attack range, Darkseid's iron fist landed on the ground like a giant bomb. The entire Revelation planet shook for a few seconds, and the already harsh environment became even worse. Volcanoes erupted and earthquakes erupted. It was as if Darkseid had planned this beforehand, and they all attacked at the same time. The number of civilians who died on the Heaven Enlightenment planet instantly broke into the 5 digits, and this number continued to increase as the disasters increased. Thea would never do such a thing as making a hole in her own home. That would be too stupid. But Darkseid didn't care. He was about to explode with anger. It had only been a month, and yet another person had come to the Revelation planet alone. Thea wasn't a big deal. After all, they were on the same level, and they couldn't defeat each other in a fair fight. Now that Darkseid had suddenly obtained the deity of death and wanted to challenge him, the Lord of Evil expressed that he could understand. Where did Batman come from? Darkseid didn't even know him. A normal person wearing a suit of armor dared to come to the Revelation planet. Did they think he was dead? Batman ignored him, and so did Damian and the other children. Darkseid automatically looked at Circe. This woman looks quite strong. Her actual combat ability is similar to Calabacus, but that's not what you're relying on to kill your way to the Revelation planet. Circe almost vomited blood when she saw Darkseid glaring at her with his fiery eyes. She really wanted to say, "Boss, I'm not your enemy. I'm here to join you. I didn't even see this big black guy 2 seconds ago. Where's Calibok? Isn't that your son? He brought me here. You can ask him." Circe did not know that Calibok had fainted once again. At this point, no one on the Apocalypse Star could prove her true identity. She wanted to explain, but when she saw Darkseid's gaze, she gave up. She knew that if she tried to explain, Darkseid would not hesitate to hit her. A leader wouldn't admit that they were wrong, and Darkseid's temper was even worse. Even if he trusted her, there was a 99% chance that he would beat Circe to a pulp. You could reason with a righteous person, but how could you reason with an evil person? The fist was the law. Darkseid wasn't in his best condition at the moment. He was injured, and his main body was injured. Osiris was one of the 9 pillar gods of Egypt, and the father of Anubis and Horus. Even though Darkseid was much stronger than him, he couldn't completely withstand his final attack. The skin on the Lord of Evil's left hand from his elbow to his palm had turned into sand. Even Darkseid didn't have a good way of dispelling a dying god's curse. He could only slowly whittle away at it. Thea's day trip to the Revelation planet had made him realize that his subordinates were hiding information. He had planted many spies in the dark, and he was the first to notice the battle between Batman and the Great Plains Wolf. He didn't care at first. If he had to deal with such an enemy personally, what was the point of having so many subordinates? But when he saw that Batman was about to run, he couldn't sit still anymore. He immediately attacked, wanting to kill the 3 of them in an instant. He didn't expect Batman to be so fast. He even managed to escape from his attack range while carrying a child. Darkseid's expression was terrible, and it got worse when Batman charged at him instead of running away. Neither of them said anything. Talking would only waste time. Batman needed to activate the talisman Thea had given him to leave the Revelation planet, and Darkseid didn't want to waste time talking to an ordinary person. It didn't matter where he came from, he would kill him first. The 2 of them were like Mars colliding with Earth, and Batman wanted to test how strong this evil tyrant Sia was talking about was. The result was gratifying. He was so strong that he had no friends. Batman's attack, which he thought could shatter mountains and break rivers, was easily blocked. Darkseid grabbed Batman's left wrist, and the armor alarm quickly lit up. However, this was just the beginning. Immediately after, Darkseid clenched his other hand into a fist and punched the armor's chest. Forged from a star, quenched in the deep sea, the toughest metal in the world could not resist the supreme power of the god of strength. Countless web-like cracks appeared on the bright black armor, and this hellbat armor seemed like it would only last for a short time. Tremble before the name of Darkseid, Ant. It's your honor to die by my hands. Batman's toughness was beyond Darkseid's expectations. Darkseid had thought that an ordinary person would die from this blow, but he did not expect the armor to be intact, and Batman was still alive. Batman was the only mortal who could withstand his blow, so Darkseid had to say a few more words. Chapter 921. Don't try to escape. You're not going anywhere today. Saying that, he crushed the mother box in Batman's hand like an ant. The enemy's only escape route was destroyed. Darkseid could almost see the despair and fear on Batman's face. He laughed menacingly as he ordered the Great Plains wolf to back off. What a joke. Why would he need his subordinates to deal with an ordinary person? Did he still want his face? I don't want to go anywhere for now. Darkseid thought that he had the upper hand. He turned his head to talk to the Great Plains wolf. This was not a big flaw, but Batman still took advantage of it. He twisted his waist, raised his elbow, and used all his strength to punch Darkseid in the face. The Lord of Evil was caught off guard and staggered. However, he was far stronger than Batman. He only took half a step back before he could stop himself. You've angered me, you ant. He grabbed Batman's arm and threw him to the ground. There was a dull thud, and a large number of armor fragments scattered on the ground. The armor's defense was at its maximum, but it still could not make up for the difference in strength. Darkseid was punched by Batman. Although he wasn't actually hurt, he was still embarrassed and was about to go berserk. He grabbed Batman's arm and smashed it repeatedly. He wanted to shock this ordinary person to death. Batman was quickly mobilizing the armor's power. He did not care whether his metabolism was harmful or not. He only needed power to defeat Darkseid, even if it was only temporarily. The armor's damage was getting worse, and its power soon exceeded 80%. It was approaching 100%, or even 200%. The pain numbed his body. He even gave up most of the armor's defense in exchange for enough attack power. He only had one chance. Don't you dare hurt my father. Damien saw Darkseid raising his fist again. He did not have time to think about the huge difference between the two of them. He threw out 2 bat darts. The darts could not hurt Darkseid even if they were 100 times faster or 100 times sharper. However, Darkseid still cared about his reputation. He raised his left hand and swatted it horizontally as if he was swatting a fly. This move was not only aimed at Damien, but also at Circe. The witch was not happy about it. However, she was also an extremely intelligent person. Now that she was in the same boat as the father and son, in order to have a way out, she had no choice but to flash away with Damien and hide. Armor shattered at 75%, life safety system overloaded, power assist system overload, the armor will disintegrate in 5 seconds. Seeing that Darkseid's attention had been diverted, Batman thought to himself, this is a good opportunity. He didn't give up on this hard-won opportunity. Ignoring the various statistics in his armor, he pushed himself up with his left hand, twisted his waist, and kicked Darkseid's face from the bottom up. Darkseid's heavy body was kicked off the ground, but before he could retaliate, he saw the blood-red bat mark on Batman's chest glowing with a bright red light. As the energy gathered, it posed a threat to him. The blood-red energy was comparable to the full power of the main cannon of a level 9 civilization battleship. Even Darkseid could not defend against it. The quality was not high enough, but there was enough of it. The Hellbat armor had used a self-destructive method to squeeze out all of its energy and fire a shot at him. Darkseid was sent flying for 1,000 meters. The powerful energy wave destroyed all the buildings along the way. He lay sprawled in the middle of the street. The blood-red energy was still burning around him. From afar, he looked like a bat with its wings spread. What hit him? Darkseid felt that he was very slow. It was as if he had 2 minds. One was telling him to kill someone, and the other was dizzy. He tried for a long time, but he could not get up from the ground. He did not see that Batman had stabbed another dagger in his chest during the explosion of energy. That was the Egyptian god's revenge. It had only one effect: chaos. Even though he was a new god, he could not resist the erosion of time. The Egyptian gods, who played with sand every day, were very knowledgeable about time. He did not know how many side effects this dagger would have, but he could easily be confused for 3 days. Why are you so strong, mortal? What's your name? Realizing that he had lost, Darkseid asked loudly while lying on the ground. Because I'm Batman. Batman was in a terrible state, but he still shouted this sentence. His voice came out of his facial armor, and it was very distorted. After 2 seconds of attack, the Hellbat armor was on the verge of collapse. Everything below the mask was exposed, and the armor on his chest and arms were falling off. His breathing device was completely destroyed. He could barely open his wings. He forced the Great Plains wolf to retreat with a fierce glare. Batman spent another second to find Damian. He then crushed the talisman, turned into a white light, and teleported back to Earth. Circe was dumbfounded when she saw Darkseid being defeated. Even if Kalibak was here to testify for her, she did not dare to stay on Apocalypse Planet. She could imagine Darkseid's revenge. It was now or never. She had to run. At the critical moment, she grabbed Damian's arm, and the 3 of them disappeared from Apocalypse Planet. Wah! As soon as they returned to Earth, Batman spat out a mouthful of blood before he could even see where he was. His armor had completely disintegrated. Even with the dark multiverse helping him take some of the damage, Batman was still heavily injured and on the verge of death. Thankfully, Damian had healing gems on him. He picked the one with the highest quality and the strongest spell and applied it on his father's body. Streams of gentle blue light swirled around Batman's body, repairing it and removing the dead cells. The treatment lasted for 3 minutes. Damian kept a close eye on Circe. It was hard to tell what was in a person's heart. Who knew if she would suddenly attack someone? You've killed me. Circe gritted her teeth and said to Damian angrily. She was overwhelmed with helplessness. She did not know what expression to make. She had betrayed Hercules in Greece. It seemed like she could not go back. Apocalypse Planet. Apocalypse Planet was an even more tragic story. Due to a freak combination of factors, the new god's reputation had turned into hatred. The world was so big that Circe did not know where she could go. She was a powerful sorcerer with earth-shattering magic power, but now she had nowhere to go. She was speechless. You're Circe. Thea naturally sensed that Batman had used a teleportation talisman. She followed the traces of the teleportation and returned to Earth. Looking at this goddess who was not inferior to Darkseid, Circe felt bitter. She lowered her head and bowed. Your Majesty. Why did you leave Hell? Sia was really puzzled. She had forcefully entered the underworld. Not only did they not eat to welcome the Imperial Army, but they also ran away. If it weren't for the two-faced man's investigation, she wouldn't have known that there were deserters. Now that she saw them, she had to ask them clearly. Were they dissatisfied with their new boss, or were they dissatisfied with him, or were they dissatisfied? Chapter 9:22. Ha! Her question stunned Circe. You don't know why I left the underworld. Don't you have any idea? I offended your wife and you don't want to take revenge on me. Circe's mind was in a mess. She suddenly realized that she had made things too complicated. I was bewitched by Kalibak. She was trying to salvage some of her losses. Unfortunately, she could not hide her thoughts from Thea. Thea laughed out loud. Kalibak. That guy is a famous fool in the new god tribe. How could he bewitch you? All right, stop acting. I won't pursue your offense, but you can't return to the underworld for 100 years. Stay on Earth. Go down. She waved her hand and forcefully teleported Circe away. Circe was definitely capable. With her powerful magic, her combat power was not inferior to the new gods. Unfortunately, she was Diana's nemesis in the original timeline and had gone against Wonder Woman countless times. In this timeline, the two of them also did not see eye to eye. From a personal point of view, Thea definitely could not recruit her. She checked Batman's injuries. It was not a big problem. His lost life force was being replenished. His mental exhaustion was greater, but he could recover after a few days of rest. She then turned to Damien. Tell me, what's going on with such a big commotion? The matter was complicated and simple at the same time. Damien was investigating the clues alone and happened to see Caliban torturing Hercules. He had been by Batman's side for many years and had a chivalrous heart. Damien immediately pulled out his sword to save Hercules. Caliban was just a projection projected from the Apocalypse Star to Earth. He did not have much combat power. The two sides of the battle naturally became Circe and Damien. In the original timeline, he could beat Diana to a pulp. Against Circe, the brat was no match for her even if he used all his means. Seeing that she was no match for her, Circe asked, "Who is your master?" Damien never called Thea master. Thea was also afraid of being called old, so the two never talked about masters. Now that he heard Circe's question, he replied, "I don't have a master." Even though Thea was lazy, she would teach her when she wanted to and self-study when she couldn't. Damien was smart and hardworking, and with some guidance from Raven, Damien had a deep understanding of magic, even though he had learned a lot of different things. After exchanging a few blows, Circe was shocked. Damien's foundation was too good. After knowing that he didn't have a master, Circe thought that he had groped his way to where he was today. Circe's transformation magic was indeed unique. Damien was half forced and half willingly dragged to Planet Revelation. The two of them had just started teaching each other when Batman came knocking on their door. Thea knew the rest of the story. Eldest Miss didn't comment on this. This was the story of Guxiang and Jinlun Fuwang from another world. Alright, that woman isn't a bad person. If you want to learn it, then learn it. Her transformation technique is indeed not bad. Thea didn't have any prejudice against sections. She could live for hundreds of millions of years, and she didn't expect Damien to pass on his legacy. There were still a lot of things waiting to be dealt with in hell. A month passed quickly, and Batman recovered. Damien once suggested that he rebuild the Hell Bat armor, but he rejected it. That power is too deadly. You shouldn't get involved. He was afraid that his son would go on a path of no return for power, so he repeatedly advised Damien to give up on the idea. Damien even specifically asked for Thea's opinion. Eldest Miss nodded and fooled the naughty child. Batman's words could only fool children. If he didn't secretly make another set for himself, he wouldn't be worthy of being called Batman. The affairs of hell came to an end. Under the influence of Guangdong's secret assassination and a large number of rumors, the three stupid sons of the three palace demons fought among themselves in the middle of the war. Hell launched an all-out attack and drove away the Hell Army. Peace was restored between the two worlds. With her huge reputation, an official army was finally established. There were 200,000 Death Knights, 9,000 Liches, and more than 500 Dracolic. These were all elites. The number of Soul Walkers and Banshees was rapidly increasing. As for the low-level undead warriors, they couldn't be counted at all. The military force of Hell that belonged directly to her finally had some scale. Thea was finally able to find her way forward after she was done with the trivial matters. In order to turn the two-dimensional world into a three-dimensional world, she recruited Lady Styx to Hell. Dragging a long-lived species to Hell was like hanging herself. This native alien was scared out of her wits. It was as if there were countless murderous intents in hell that wanted to kill her at every moment. Unfortunately, she couldn't leave yet. According to Thea's words, Lady Styx could only continue to improve her spiritual power after experiencing the stimulation that went deep into her bones here. Since you didn't feel anything in the arena and weren't willing to face life and death, you might as well come to the land of the dead. I don't believe that you won't improve. Thea locked Lady Styx in a small black room for 3 days. The effect of this cruel treatment was outstanding. The pair of small eyes between Lady Styx's eyebrows finally grew to a normal size. Following that, her spiritual power skyrocketed. 4 pitch-black eyes stared straight at Thea, as if trying to measure the difference between the two of them. You don't look too good. Seeing that this fellow's power was about to explode, Thea used her spiritual power that was 10 times stronger than hers to suppress it. After giving her a heads up, she gestured for her to continue communicating with the two-dimensional world. Lady Styx's face was pale. The backlash from her spiritual power wasn't too great, but the psychological pressure was too great. She had already reached the limit of her species. Even so, she was still powerless against Thea, this she-devil. She didn't want to betray her. She just wanted to fight for some equal status. She didn't expect the difference in power to be so great. Her heart turned cold. Since she couldn't resist, she might as well do her job. However, Lady Styx didn't like the aura of hell. She hesitated and asked, "Your Majesty, your territory is good, but it doesn't seem to be alive. Why don't we go back and experiment?" Thea said with a half-smile, "Do you know where this is?" "No." Lady Styx immediately shook her head. "Do you know why I'm trying to give birth to life here?" "No." Lady Styx shook her head with a bitter smile. Thea sighed. "It's not that I don't want to explain it to you. It's just that in here," she was also scratching her head. "The two-dimensional world couldn't give birth to life for a long time. It would greatly affect their future path. Without the experience of others to refer to, she could only try all kinds of methods. She couldn't explain to an alien like Lady Styx about the Oldine giving birth to the young, the search for life in the midst of death, and the Tai Chi theory. Besides, she didn't know if she was right. She was just feeling her way around. If she said something wrong, it would greatly affect her reputation. Chapter 923. She could only put on an expression as if there was a lot involved and she couldn't say too much. Miss Styx didn't care whether there was an inside story or not. When she knew that this was the underworld, all the living had to come here, and the boss she was half forced to recognize was the master of the underworld, her joy instantly overwhelmed her fear. In other words, as long as she didn't court death, her future would be very secure. She wasn't immortal. She had a lifespan of tens or hundreds of years. When her lifespan came to an end, it would be useless even if the underworld opened a back door. She, Miss Styx, was a long-lived species. In theory, she could live for hundreds of millions of years. In order to live longer, she bowed her head. This time, she bowed willingly and swore to never betray the underworld. Thea didn't take these vows seriously. After that, she asked her to continue to communicate with the two-dimensional world. She must create something out of nothing and create a life. "Your Majesty." There seems to be a reaction. In order to prove her worth, Miss Styx really used all her strength. Her 4 eyes allowed her spiritual power to cross the boundaries of time and space. Relying on her powerful earth ability, she forcefully squeezed out a small gap in the world that was as stiff as stone. "Lead my spiritual power in." Before, the two-dimensional world was a pool of stagnant water. Thea's spiritual power was 100 times stronger than before. Now, relying on Miss Styx's ability, she finally opened a gap. As the vanguard and part-time guide, Miss Styx spent a lot of effort to lead Thea into the two-dimensional world. It was crowded and narrow. Even if it was just a trace of Thea's spiritual power, it was like a living person running into concrete. She couldn't turn over, raise her head, or lower her head. She couldn't do anything. The world was rejecting her as an outsider. This feeling was like passing through a group of whale bones. Even breathing became an extremely difficult thing. However, Thea was very happy. Everything was difficult at the beginning. As long as she could get in, she had a way. Very good, Miss Styx. Thank you very much for your help. This talisman can resurrect the holder. I will ask Guangdong to send you back. Thea called Miss Styx's old friend, Guangdong, and gave her a talisman. This talisman was not a teleportation talisman, but a resurrection mark. When Lady Styx and Guangdong met, both of them felt a little awkward. More than a month ago, they were still fighting to the death. Now, they were reunited in the underworld. Fate was really strange. The ascension of the two-dimensional world was very important to Thea. She threw it into the untainted land, which was the foundation of her Taoism. The effect was similar to the 24 Dinghai pearls of Taoist Randang. It had to be her own imprint from inside to outside. How could she allow outsiders to touch it? She did not care even if she was said to be getting rid of the donkey after it had outlived its usefulness. Seeing that Guangdong had sent Styx away, she then turned her attention back to the two-dimensional world. If the world will in the real world was like a titan, then the world will on Earth too was like a baby at most. In the two-dimensional world, the world will was not even a single cell. Even though her divine might had been weakened thousands of times, it took her less than 10 minutes to subdue the will of the two-dimensional world. The reason why this thing could resist for so long was related to Rao's death. However, Rao was dead in the end. The remnants of his chaotic will were no match for her. He quickly made a miniature person and put on a white lamp to try to bestow life to it. As expected, the miniature person couldn't withstand the white light at all and exploded into pieces. The first experiment was a failure. Milady was not discouraged. The human structure was too complicated. She would start with a single-cell organism. As a medical giant who had done many evil experiments that made people's hair stand on end, there were not many who could surpass her in the field of cell genetics. Thea also added a lot of Kryptonian genetic knowledge. She had considered a lot from the future development to her own suitability. After spending a lot of effort, she finally made a single-cell organism that met the requirements in several aspects. Unfortunately, the cell was more fragile. It turned into a small puddle of thick water before it could be bestowed with the white light. The second experiment also failed. Then the third, the fourth, the 161st, it was too complicated. It was too simple. It was too strong. It was even worse if it was too weak. Humans could not do it. Beasts could not do it. Birds could not do it. Even fish could not do it. In the end, Milady was so tired that she sprawled on the throne and panted. She really couldn't think of any good ideas. She was going to go back to Earth and learn from others. It was rumored that Diana's body was made of mud and then given life. She was going to go back and study that body. She called Diana back. The Valkyrie finally got to enjoy being a female general on the new planet of creation. She gave orders to this and that every day. The ratio of melee fighters in the Magic Legion reached a new high. What's the matter? Did you find Batman's son? Diana entered the room and took off her cloak. She was very manly. She raised her glass and drank a large mouthful of water. Batman is very brave. Let me tell you. The two goddesses were actually quite gossipy. Thea told Diana everything that had happened. Won't Darkseid be pissed off? Will he take revenge on Earth? Diana was happy to hear about it at first. But when she thought about the consequences, she couldn't help but worry. Batman wasn't wrong to report his identity. Even if he didn't, he could have traced back to Earth with the mother box technology. That's for sure. That's why we need to be prepared. Thea wasn't talking about this for no reason. Diana was staying on the new planet of creation every day. This was not good. Not good at all. Diana and the Heavenly Father had a lot of clergies. The Heavenly Father was still an old bachelor. His wife had died hundreds of millions of years ago. He was also very charming. He looked like a middle-aged man who had experienced the vicissitudes of life. All of these attracted Diana. Moreover, Thea was no match for the Heavenly Father when it came to justice and sunshine. To prevent a war from breaking out in the multiverse, she didn't want Darkseid and the three palace demons to laugh at her. Diana should stay away from the new planet of creation. However, she couldn't say this out loud. Fortunately, Batman had done something big and attracted Diana's attention back to Earth. Diana was indeed as decisive as she had estimated. Even though she liked to lead the army to war everywhere, she still firmly remembered her mission to protect the Earth, protect the Earth. You're right. We should prepare in advance. Fortunately, the new world is in front of us. The Justice League needs to be prepared for battle. Seeing that she was about to call a meeting with the Justice League, Thea quickly stopped her. Darkseid was knocked out by Batman. I'm afraid he'll need some time to recover. Besides, Batman also needs some time to recover. Speaking of which, it was quite funny. Darkseid had indeed been beaten silly by Batman, and the information he gathered from his old haunts in Kanto proved this point. The Hellbat armor's self-destructive energy had broken through the Lord of Evil's protective shield. After that, he barely managed to ask a question before the dagger from the Egyptian god sent Darkseid into a state of confusion. Chapter 924. Darkseid's injury was neither serious nor light. Something was wrong with him. In the past, even though Darkseid was temperamental, he still had some discipline. The great wasteland wolf, who had served him for hundreds of millions of years, had a lot of experience. However, things were different now. Darkseid began to kill as he pleased. He would kill whoever he saw. If he didn't like someone during the day, he would kill. If he was sleeping well at night, he would jump up and kill. The few mage-type gods could not dispel this curse at all. They could only wait for their boss to heal himself with his divine power. When Guangdong asked around, he found that the great wasteland wolf was so worried that his hair was turning white. Diana also knew that Darkseid was injured, but the Heavenly Father lacked the courage to verify the authenticity of the news. The new creator's star had missed the best opportunity. I tried to persuade him to send out his troops, even if it was just a probing attack. Guess what he said? Diana complained. He said that I was young and should be careful of Darkseid's tricks. The Heavenly Father was right. There was no lack of good and evil in the multiverse. It was impossible for one side to completely destroy the other. When the battle reached a critical moment, there would definitely be higher-level gods who would step in to stop the battle. Moreover, it was not difficult to wake Darkseid up. At most, he would lose some of his divine power. At least, Thea knew a few ways. Besides, as the younger brother of Yuga Khan and a new god who had lived as long as the Heavenly Father, the great wasteland wolf also had his own trump cards. He did not want to show his hand, probably because he wanted to hide his strength. However, there was no need to explain. Thea agreed with Diana, but she did not mean what she said. She was trying to portray the Heavenly Father as a coward. At the same time, she made up her mind to use Hell's knowledge to bribe Mithrin so that he would speak ill of Diana in front of the Heavenly Father. It would be strange if they could still see eye to eye with both sides stirring up trouble. Her thought process was extremely fast. She rolled her eyes and came up with another brilliant plan. Since you're the leader of the Magic Legion, you can wear my robe, Thea said casually. He took out the god's punishment robe. This silver-white robe could be said to be the top-tier god's equipment for god of magic. He then put on the hood. It was mysterious, tranquil, and exuded a sense of unapproachable aura. Diana hesitated for a moment, but still accepted it happily. She thought to herself that Thea was right. It was indeed inappropriate for her, the leader of the Magic Legion, to hold a shield and a sword. Come and try it. The eldest miss took off Diana's clothes without hesitation. They were so familiar with each other that it didn't matter if they changed clothes in front of each other. Soon, Diana changed into her robe. Now you look more like a wizard. Your previous outfit was really... Theo looked at the war goddess from head to toe and was very satisfied. A wizard's robe needed to store magic books and various spellcasting materials. It had always been a synonym for loose-fitting. Once she put on this robe, Diana's curvy figure was instantly covered. If she put on the hood, only her hair could be seen, and her face could not be seen. This was very good. The Heavenly Father was a warrior god. His wife, who was killed by the Great Plains wolf, was also a warrior god. Diana's curvy figure, which resembled a Western horse, suited his taste very well. Thea was prepared to nip this idea in the bud. Very good, very good. Thea clapped her hands and cheered. This is inconvenient for battle. Diana's beautiful eyebrows furrowed, and she made a kicking motion. Her movements, which were usually as agile as a cheetah, were obviously slower today. Thea had plenty of reasons. She acted as if she was talking facts and reasoning. Look, you are now the god of courage, protection, and perseverance. Do you know how much damage you can cause to Earth with a full-power attack? Diana was surprised. This was not a complicated question. She immediately realized that her power had far exceeded the limits of what Earth could bear. Thea continued to reason. Look at Rongen, the Martian hunter. He can fly as fast as 7,000 kilometers per hour in the atmosphere. Of course, he can go even faster. Unfortunately, Earth can't bear it. The same goes for Superman. Our power must be suppressed to a certain extent. Otherwise, Earth will explode without Darkseid. This robe can limit your power. Wear it properly. Thea made Diana accept the robe logically. The war goddess was a little depressed. She had been working hard for a long time, but her power had exceeded the limit. She sat on the sofa in a daze, not knowing what to do. In order to distract her, Thea sighed. You are already much better than me. I don't even dare to do anything in the universe now. I can easily destroy half a star system. Diana narrowed her eyes and looked at her. Little girl, you are very proud of yourself. Thea scratched her face. Proud of myself? Why do I feel like your tone is full of praise for yourself? Thea denied. Of course not. Suddenly, she remembered her purpose. Damn it, didn't she ask Diana to come back and study her background? Why did she stray to this extent? She forced herself to change the topic. How were you born? Didn't Hippolyte tell you? Diana did not know why she asked this, but the two goddesses had asked each other more embarrassing questions. This was nothing. She thought for a while and said, Mother said that I was born with the blessing of Zeus soil, but Antiope said that I was born in a tree hole, and Angeles said that I came to this world with a flash of lightning in the temple, and that person, blah, 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 blah. She gave 4 or 5 different answers. The war goddess looked at Thea from the corner of her eyes, as if she was asking her which one was the most reliable. Thea felt that the old ladies on Paradise Island were all unreliable. They must be happy to fool Diana, who was still a child. Definitely. She would use her own method to examine Thea. Diana was still wearing the wizard robe, and there were only 2 undergarments inside. Thea decided to examine her body now. The power of death was attached to her finger like a swimming fish. It was cold and smooth, and it went from Diana's lips to her neck, chest, lower abdomen, and other indescribable parts. There was life in death. Thea's power made Diana feel a bit intoxicated. The cold power accompanied with the hot body, and the examination scene was extremely erotic. The examination required attention and concentration. In short, it was very exhausting. In the end, she was also very hot. In order to make the examination result accurate, she had to take off her clothes. She had no choice, it was too hot. She unlocked 2 more positions, front, back, left, right, up, and down. It was not until the next morning that the examination result was finally out. Hee, Zeus, that old pervert, what kind of soil are you talking about? Nonsense. He was the one who did it with Hippolyte. You are definitely not soil, unless Zeus is 2 levels higher than me. Chapter 9:25. Thea muttered as she wiped the water off her fingers. Even though they had never fought before, she could roughly estimate that she was now half a level higher than Zeus. If she couldn't do it, Zeus wouldn't be able to do it either. For example, the stone golem created by Lady Styx was the result of top talent and top ability. Gods wouldn't be much stronger than her. Zeus, this perverted demon, dared to do it but didn't dare to admit it. For the sake of his glorious image, he made up a lie about Hippolyte praying to the heavens for an heir. Diana's strength was about to catch up with Zeus. Whose creation could catch up with the original owner? All these achievements showed that she was a living person, not a person made of mud. If there was such mud, Thea would definitely ask Zeus for 10,000 pounds. Diana didn't care if she was made of mud or not. After living for so many years, she might have struggled to sleep when she was a child, but now she had already gotten over it. Looking at her lover's wet hands, even the experienced Diana's face turned slightly red. She hurriedly changed the topic. Can you deal with the dark version of Thea now? It's hard to say. If it's the original version, she definitely won't be my opponent. But if that powerful existence controls her body, then I won't be able to beat her. Thea lay back on the bed and hugged the Valkyrie with uncertainty. The dark version of Thea had always been her main focus. When the underworld just got on the right track, she sent Guangdong to search the multiverse. The #1 assassin had connections in many parallel universes and a large number of shadow assassins under her command. Unfortunately, she still couldn't find any direct clues. All kinds of rumors, both true and false, she collected a lot of information. However, Thea gathered all the information and found some clues. The probability of that person being Thea wasn't high. The one who occupied the main body and controlled the body was most likely Tian Shi, the vengeful spirit of God's predecessor. Now the gap between them was narrowed, but Milady estimated that she still couldn't beat the ghost. If she couldn't beat the ghost, then she naturally couldn't beat his predecessor. The only good news was that she wouldn't be killed easily. The 2 sides wouldn't be able to determine the winner without fighting for half a day. The 2 goddesses hugged each other and went back to sleep. They only woke up when it was close to noon. Not knowing what to do at the moment, the 2 goddesses were a little lazy. The mage's hand turned on the television, ready to kill some time. Randomly choosing a channel, Thea watched the TV casually. In fact, she was still thinking about the 2-dimensional world. It was not until the TV mentioned Diana's name that she turned her attention back to the bedroom. A beautiful woman with red hair was sitting in a wheelchair, and a young reporter was sitting on her right with a microphone. This was obviously an interview program. The red-haired woman seemed to be reminiscing about something, and her voice was a little erratic. Diana Prince is like an angel. Back then, I was withdrawing money from the bank, and a superpowered villain was wreaking havoc. I was already under a pile of rubble, and a stone pillar was about to fall on me. Just as I was about to die, she covered herself in holiness and blocked the pillar, saving my life. The young woman paused for a moment, as if she was reliving the scene of that day. Do you know this woman? Thea asked Diana. Yes, a few years ago. Her name is Vanessa Capitalis, a very strong girl. Diana was different from Thea. She was a superhero through and through. She would go out to help the weak when she had nothing to do. On the other hand, Thea would rather sleep at home than do such things. I remember that she likes ballet. We don't know much about it. Diana had saved too many people, and she was not inferior to Superman. She recalled and said with uncertainty. However, the woman on the TV held her chest and said with a fanatical emotion, Diana is my best friend. She encouraged and supported me when I was injured. She told me about Greek mythology. As a mixed Greek and American, I knew too little about the Greek gods. This made me very ashamed. I taught her how to play cards and taught her the names of each step in ballet. Thea looked at Diana strangely. From the woman's words, it didn't seem like they didn't know much about each other. The young woman seemed to have made up her mind. She looked at the camera and said affectionately, "She's my best friend. I love her. I can't live a day without her." Ugh, Thea swallowed a mouthful of blood. She looked at Diana with a playful expression. At the same time, she was thinking that she should hurry up and bring the 18 levels of hell online. Diana's charm was too great. She was attractive to both men and women. If she didn't make a few examples, it wouldn't be enough to deter the rascals. No, I'm really not close to her. The Valkyrie waved her hands and hurriedly explained. Thea believed that. However, it was an indisputable fact that Diana's charm was too great. The young mistress had such a high reputation. If there were people who boldly expressed their love for her, how much pressure would Steve Trevor be under in the original spacetime? After this small episode, the two goddesses were no longer in the mood to watch TV. They were ready to go out for a walk and visit Batman. Although this person had a lot of problems, he was still a comrade. After combing their hair and changing into their coats, they first went to the mall and bought a bunch of shoes, bags, and clothes. After sending the shopping results back to Diana's villa, the two goddesses drove to Gotham. When they walked into the Bat Cave, they heard a series of bang-bang sounds. They saw that Batman wasn't wearing that outfit today. He was bare-chested and didn't wear a mask. He was smashing the tires with a hammer for fun. Thea had done similar exercises before. She couldn't figure out whether this was training or venting. However, this method of reducing stress was also a specialty of the ninja masters. She clapped her hands. Not bad. Looks like you're recovering well. Damien waved at her from not far away. The naughty kid was holding a thick book with a black cover and reading it hard. It was The Secret of Circe's Transformation. One of them wanted to teach while the other wanted to learn. Thea didn't stop them at all. This didn't mean that her spells were inferior to Circe's, but the focus was different. Thea's spells were like her godhood. Souls, death. Its lethality was extremely high. A single spell could kill thousands of people. This was really contrary to Batman's principle of not killing. Even if Damien didn't care about killing people, he didn't want to go against his father's wishes. The transformation spell was very suitable for superheroes. The target could turn into a sheep or a pig with a finger. After that, they could be locked up and removed from the spell. Although it was a little troublesome, Batman felt that it was very good. She casually answered a few of Damien's questions. She didn't dabble in the art of transformation, but she was at a high level. She could understand 70% to 80% of it with just a little thought. You guys came at the right time. I have something to talk to you about. Batman threw away the sledgehammer, wiped his sweat, and gestured for them to follow him inside. Damien was a little curious and also followed. Chapter 9:26. In the shabby cave, the first thing that came into view was more than a dozen giant displays that covered the entire wall. Many data cables were connected to the ground. If he was not wrong, it was the supercomputer that Batman used. It might even be an artificial intelligence. Thea did not have any objections. Brainiac sounded powerful, and of course, he was powerful. She had no way of killing a god that existed in the cyber world, but she was not afraid. The artificial intelligence was no match for her. Batman quickly pulled up the screens. Without exception, they were all images of Darkseid. There were blurry images of the battle in the New World, but most of them were images of the battle on Apocalypse Planet. I hit him. He will definitely come for revenge, right? Batman asked. Yes. Darkseid has conquered countless planets and wiped out countless races, but he has rarely failed. I'm sure of that, Diana answered before Thea could. You will still protect Earth. Is that right? Of course. This is my mission, Diana answered firmly. Thea smiled and replied, don't give yourself too much pressure. We have defeated Darkseid before. He will invade Earth sooner or later. It has nothing to do with you or Damien. I'm stronger than before. He won't start a war unless he's confident. In order to stop Batman from nervously tapping on the tires, she gave him some reassurance. Batman frowned and looked at her for a long time. Ever since he met Superman and Thea, the world had changed so much that he could not take it all in. He felt powerless, especially after the battle with Darkseid. That invincible power often appeared in his dreams. He had pinned his hopes on others. To be honest, he did not like the feeling of his fate being controlled by others. Are you gods in your current state? Why is it different from what I imagined? Are you like Darkseid too? He asked a question that had been on his mind for a long time. In Batman's eyes, the two goddesses were laughing and scolding each other. They were a little funny. Darkseid was like a mad dog, biting whoever he caught. They did not look like gods at all. Thea asked him, what do you think the gods are? Needless to say, ever since he met them, Batman didn't sleep most of the night and read almost all the theological books he could find. This answer came out of his mouth immediately. Omniscient, omnipotent, clearly real, but ordinary people can't see or hear. Before he could finish, he was interrupted by Diana. How is that possible, Bruce? It's impossible for us to reach the level you described, right? She turned to look at Thea with uncertainty. Milady smiled. Indeed. Your standards are too high. Darkseid is just a strong ant in front of the truly omnipotent and omniscient. Possessing eternal life and the ability to create and destroy universes at will. Only when these two conditions are met can one be considered a true god. Batman felt less stressed. What about you guys? Thea counted with her fingers. You have to look at this question from two angles. From the perspective of ordinary people, we are gods. Even Superman is considered a god. Batman nodded expressionlessly and gestured for her to continue. From the perspective of those supreme beings, we are still mortals. The difference between us and ordinary people is that we represent a certain trait. For example, Diana represents courage, and I represent wealth. We are just a representation. We are not exactly the same as those traits. I don't know if you can understand this. Thea chose her words carefully. Some of them were not accurate in English, so she mixed in some Chinese, French, and even some Arabic to describe them. Before he could finish his theology class, he was interrupted by the alarm in the bat cave. The sharp, ear-piercing sound made the two goddesses uncomfortable. Being in such an environment for a long time might cause them to have a nervous breakdown. The father and son were used to it. They quickly operated the machine, called up various satellites, and searched for images. Batman wanted them to leave, but the two goddesses did not. Instead, they found stools and sat down. Unlike Diana, who was not familiar with modern electronic products, Thea could tell that Batman's artificial intelligence was not weak. At least, it was not worse than Gideon's. The father and son only needed to input some basic conditions, and a large amount of search work was completed. Very good artificial intelligence. What's its name? Thea asked casually. Batman's expression was calm. After a few seconds, he answered, Brother One. You're terrible at naming things. Thea could not help but complain. Not far away, Damien covered his mouth and laughed secretly. Be careful of your artificial intelligence betraying you. It's best to add a few more locks, she said. Batman instantly became vigilant. After knowing Sia for so many years, she would never speak without thinking. There must be a reason for her words. He turned around and asked, Why? What will happen? Your artificial intelligence will kill all the superheroes and destroy the world. Do you believe that? If it was an ordinary person, he would have denied it and said that everything was under control. He would have patted his chest and promised that there would be no problem. However, Batman was not an ordinary person. He had his own set of standards to identify danger. He did not even believe in himself, so how could he believe in artificial intelligence, a supervillain that appeared repeatedly in science fiction movies? I believe that there is such a possibility. However, I have prepared several backup plans. The chances of it destroying the world are very small. Damien also heard their conversation. He lowered his little head and observed carefully. It was as if the computer would turn into a robot and start a massacre in the next moment. Things that can go wrong will always go wrong. If you're worried about something happening, then it has a high chance of happening. Murphy's Law. This is a psychological effect. It lacks data to support it. If this assumption is made, then there are too many sources of danger in reality. Batman's answer was not very certain. Thea decided to expose the big news. You've seen the Council of the Time Masters. They dominate time. One of the timelines, to be precise, is 35 years later. Your artificial intelligence will cause the moon to crash into the earth and destroy all mankind. All the superheroes will be sacrificed and transformed into machines. Batman shook his head decisively this time. He glanced at his supercomputer. How is that possible? Even you can't defeat a machine. If Thea nodded and said yes, Batman was ready to pack up his supercomputer and throw it to planet Tianqi. If his supercomputer was so powerful, there was no need for him to stay up late at night to think about Darkseid. I used the word possible. There is such a possibility. The future is full of uncertainty. It's hard to say if the future will turn into a dark apocalypse that we can't predict because of a small matter. Chapter 927. Diana and I don't just have to protect Earth and this universe. We also have to protect other parallel dimensions. We might not be there all the time. You going to Planet Apocalypse is an example. Thea almost said that with great power came great responsibility, but that was what she meant. You mean to destroy it in advance? There's no need to give up eating for fear of choking. Batman understood Mandarin, and he completely understood the idioms that Thea occasionally used. Find someone you trust, such as Barbara, Tim, or Mr. Excellent. Open the source code to them and have them add some protective measures. Also, make sure that you weren't there at the time and didn't make any records. Thea gave him an idea. This involved the issue of trust. She didn't recommend herself. Instead, she recommended Batgirl and Red Robin. They were definitely the people that Batman trusted the most. Thea's words implied that she was on guard against him. Batman wasn't angry that she was guarding against him like he was a thief. In fact, he was deeply convinced. This was a very good idea. Batman nodded in agreement. After the brief interlude, the artificial intelligence also found the target. The image was very blurry. It was a picture taken by a civilian surveillance camera. A light blue humanoid muscle monster could be vaguely seen pressing down on a pedestrian on the side of the road. The pedestrian struggled with all his might, but the two hands firmly held onto his head. Then, the pedestrian's skin started to shake violently as if it was melting. Finally, it turned light blue. The pedestrian's muscles swelled, his clothes were torn, and something flew out of his chest. After that, the two people disappeared from the camera. What was that thing that flew away? Damien whispered. The heart, but it's a little deformed. Thea saw it clearly. Diana asked Batman to play it again. Was it a coincidence? Or was it a psychic? Brother One has a threat-level algorithm that I wrote. There should be a reason why it listed this as the highest level. Batman was still looking at the details frame by frame. Thea had some guesses in her heart, but she wasn't sure. There were too many people with unknown superpowers in this world. Give me the address, and I'll go and catch one. Before she could finish speaking, she saw a purple light ring fly out of Diana's bag. As an honorary member, and in addition to giving face to the young mistress, Queen Zamlin had given Diana a purple light ring. Carol Ferris, a warrior of the Purple Lantern Corps, was crying on the screen. Hal Jordan is dead. His body has been desecrated, and the purple lamp cannot resurrect him. It was as if a clap of thunder had struck the ground. Even Batman's eyes were filled with shock. If there was anyone who liked to go against Batman, it would be Hal Jordan. Reckless, impulsive, undisciplined, and without using his brain. These were the labels that Batman had given to Hal. But no one objected that Hal was a hero. The Purple Lantern was also a type of emotion that had the ability to resurrect. However, they could only resurrect their loved ones, and they could only resurrect them when they had just died. Once the time limit was exceeded, the ability would lose its effect. How did he die? How did you confirm his death? Batman asked Carol. Carol didn't expect Batman to be there. If it was in the past, she would have definitely observed the famous Bat Cave. But now, she didn't have the mood to do so. The Purple Lantern has a spiritual connection with her loved one. It was suddenly cut off, so, could it be that she entered an unknown space? No space can stop the love of the Purple Lantern. Carol's answer was firm. Even Diana nodded in affirmation. Stop researching. Hal is indeed dead. Not only him, but Sinisto is also dead. The body has been found. Judging from the wounds, if the analysis is correct, it was done by the Black Hand. While they were talking, the Yellow Lantern had contacted her. The Yellow Lantern General, Akiro, had just finished reporting to her. Black Hand. William Hand. Wasn't he locked up by the Green Lanterns? Diana smelled a strong conspiracy. It's most likely that the Guardians have come up with some new tricks. Thea was expressionless. She turned to Carol. Don't worry, Hal will be resurrected. Carol thought that she was going to use the White Lantern and expressed her gratitude. As for the after effects, she couldn't care less. Batman's lips moved slightly as if he wanted to say something. But in the end, he stopped himself. Even if he didn't consider the feelings of the main alliance, Hal should be resurrected based on his achievements. This was fundamentally different from resurrecting the relatives of heroes who had died. Thea didn't think too much about it. With the underworld in hand, it would be difficult to live or die. Unless Hal Jordan believed in those Greek and Egyptian gods, he must be strolling around the underworld. As for whether Sinisto had any extraterrestrial beliefs, she didn't know. However, the resurrection process in the underworld was different from that of the White Lantern. The White Lantern had serious after-effects, but it was indeed fast. Once the White Lantern shone, go. As an administrative organization, the underworld had its own set of procedures. Registration, queuing, processing, and keeping records. This set of procedures would take at least a month, and this was under the condition that they opened the back door. If there were no acquaintances, just wait. Thea thought for a moment and said to Batman, "Gather the main alliance. I'm afraid this is another universal disaster. I'll go back to the White House first." The blue-skinned monster was not a coincidence. The reality was similar to her estimation. Hundreds of people in the United States had seen the blue-skinned monsters. They could fly and were extremely strong. Most importantly, they could assimilate ordinary people. In less than 3 seconds, they could turn an ordinary citizen into one of them. The Pentagon had cancelled all soldiers' leave and raised the alert state to wartime. Not only on Earth, but also in the universe. There were many of them, and they were like a virus that constantly assimilated ordinary intelligent life. The yellow lanterns, the green lanterns, and the blue lanterns were all attacked to varying degrees. This time, it was different from the black lanterns. Even the sharp Zerg could be transformed. The Zerg army sent by Queen Kerrigan was trying their best to kill them, but the effect was not great. It had only been half an hour since Thea received the news in the Bat Cave and gathered the information from several parties. However, in just half an hour, the number of the blue-skinned monsters had exceeded 1 billion, and the growth was getting faster and faster. These things ran very fast. When the lanterns went to surround them, they ran away. When the lanterns left, they returned and continued to transform ordinary people. "Thea, what the hell are these things?" Moira felt more and more that it was difficult to be the president. There were too many problems. The aftermath of Raoul's incident was barely settled, but now there was another problem. She was already in her second term as president. In the past, the candidates of both parties had already started to build momentum. They colluded with each other in the primaries, exchanged various interests, and even smeared the reputation of the previous president. But now, there was complete silence, as if they had all lost their minds. Some of the aides even joked that if this trend continued, due to reasons that could not be explained, she might be in office for another term. Chapter 928. Thea had also advised her mother not to do it if she felt too much pressure. Now that things had come to this point, no one dared to laugh at her. Who would dare to laugh at her? The President of the United States was the riskiest job in the entire universe. There are these things all over the universe. The ones on Earth are just the aftermath. Facing her mother's nervous face, she said confidently. The Third Army. If she remembered correctly, this should be the name of these blue monsters. They were a new product created by the Blue Guardians for the sake of universal peace. The mechanical hunters were the first army. These robots followed the preset orders and massacred the entire 666 sectors, making the Guardians think that machines were unreliable. The Green Lantern Corps was the second army. They used emotions as weapons, but in the eyes of the Guardians, the Green Lantern succeeded and failed because of their emotions. They were too free and unrestrained, and they repeatedly treated their orders as waste paper. Hal Jordan was a living example. The army of assimilators that had vitality but no thought served the Guardians completely. This was the so-called Third Army. The Third Army sounded arrogant, but in fact, it was just to pave the way for First Lantern's appearance. In the original timeline, Black Death Emperor killed First Lantern instantly. Now, only Thea could fight. Fortunately, the battle was in space, and Earth would not be affected. Don't panic, it's not a big problem. That was what she told her mother. The Righteous Alliance could completely solve this small problem on Earth. If the people asked, they could just say that it was a mutant causing trouble. On the surface, her mother had many agents from the Heaven's Eye Society protecting her. In the dark, she also had Death Knell and Poison Ivy. Thea also asked Guangdong to send 2 shadow assassins to help. With such a strong defense, there was really no need to worry too much. Thea teleported to the Righteous Alliance and found that they were not idle either. Batman had captured an assimilator and was dissecting it for research. The brain has become a new substance. It has no heart. There are signs of activity in the eyeballs, but the brain has almost no thoughts, so it's impossible to determine if it has thoughts. When Thea entered, Batman had just finished dissecting it. Even though Superman said that he could see through it, he still did it according to his own method. I've contacted several forces in the universe. This disaster has little to do with Earth. It's basically a problem in the universe. Batman calmly asked, "What else?" Thea was surprised. "What else?" "This is the Green Lantern Corps' problem. It has nothing to do with Earth, so don't worry. But I've calculated that if this thing is allowed to wreak havoc, in 3 months, all life in the universe will be wiped out. So, I'll leave Earth to you, and I'll settle this matter in 2 days." After Thea finished speaking, she left Earth and returned to Odium, the main planet of Blue Lantern. The battle situation here was much more intense than on Earth. The Third Army was attacking ferociously. The Yellow Lanterns, Blue Lanterns, and Green Lanterns were defending together. As time passed, the offensive and defensive positions had long shifted. The enemies were endless, and their own forces were beginning to deplete. Defeat was only a matter of time. As she landed, a silent black ripple swept out. The Third Legion was like a group of toys. Under the power of the goddess of death, they were like countless ants. There were enough of them, but unfortunately, they were useless. With just a slight raise of his hand, these soulless, almost mindless dummies fell to the ground in droves. "Where's Ganser?" she asked the saint after looking around but not finding her target. The saint brought her a piece of bad news. Lord Gonle and Lord Set have both returned to the main planet of Ura. They were running around again. These little blue people were really troublesome. Thea had no choice but to go to Ura again. In the end, she found that not only Ganser, but even the little blue people from before had disappeared. The Green Lantern Corps was being attacked by the Third Army. She helped them repel a wave of attacks and instructed them to retreat to the main planet of Blue Lantern. As for whether they listened to her or not, she said it was up to her. Where did these guardians run off to? Standing alone in space, Thea scratched her head. Anka's amulet allowed her to teleport anywhere, but the problem was that she didn't know where to go. Who knew where these guys were hiding and doing bad things? Without specific coordinates, no matter how powerful her teleportation technique was, she wouldn't be able to get there. Fortunately, she had learned a lot from Batman, so she had a lot of backup plans. Guardian Hiroba was under her control. This little blue person had information about the seal of the First Lantern in his memory. She only needed to teleport according to the coordinates. However, she didn't know if the coordinates were wrong or if she had read fake information. She wandered around the empty void for a long time. Forget about the seal, there wasn't even a stone. Did this guy hide fake information in his head? She didn't know whether to laugh or cry at this answer. She could only teleport to the main planet of Sharp and start reading the memories again. She was now a big shot. Her reading speed and ability were several times more profound. Soon, she found the problem. There were problems with the Guardian's memories, and there were many contradictions. However, this guy had lived for hundreds of millions of years and had experienced too many things. Sometimes, if she didn't look carefully, she wouldn't be able to see the problem. There was nothing else to say. She could only continue reading the memories. She was very unhappy. She told Batman that she would solve it in 2 days. In the end, this group of guardians found a place to hide. She couldn't hit the enemy even with her earth-shattering divine power. Needless to say, she was very depressed. No matter how unhappy she was, she had to take it step by step. She started reading the memories without stopping. At the same time, whether it was Earth or the main planet of Blue Lantern, a few battles happened. The Green Lantern ring was already a thing of the past to Thea. She couldn't even be bothered to pick it up if it was thrown on the ground. However, for some people, it could change their fate. It was a sharp weapon that could reach the pinnacle of life. Simon Baz, the Arab American, was treated differently countless times because of his appearance. When he was driving, he was pulled out by the police to be interrogated and searched. In the departure hall, he was taken away by a group of fully armed people for questioning. When he took public transportation, he was looked down upon for no reason. In short, as an Arab American, he had lived in a highly oppressive environment since he was young. Although later, aliens invaded repeatedly, resurrected the dead, and descended on Earth, causing countless disasters. In comparison, the two buildings that his Arab American fellow crashed into were not a big deal. However, this didn't change his situation at all. Aliens came and went, and the dead continued to return to their coffins. He was different. He needed a job, a salary, and food. This guy was very unlucky. He casually stole a car, and after 2 minutes of fun, he was chased by dozens of police cars and several helicopters. During the chase, he learned that the trunk of his car was full of bombs. Just as the Third Army was wreaking havoc in the universe, the Pentagon was on the highest level of alert, and it quickly attracted the attention of all parties. The local garrison, the National Guard, the CIA, the FBI, the Heaven's Eye Society, the Alien Administrative Committee, and many other agents all came out to capture this unlucky guy. Chapter 929. The mothership arrived immediately. In order to take care of the military's emotions, Digger had now returned to the military ranks with the rank of colonel. After 2 years of experience, the next step would be to become a brigadier general. It could be said that Digger's fate was 1,000 times better than Green Arrow's in the original timeline. Take down the suspect. Wearing a long black trench coat, an eye patch, and his hands behind his back, Digger looked dignified. 5 individual mechas flew out of the mothership. Miss Voodoo took the lead and knocked down Mr. Simon Bartz with a few punches and kicks. The mastermind behind the scenes saw that things were not going well and detonated the bomb. If not for Miss Voodoo, Mr. Simon would definitely have been blown to ashes. After a few simple questions, he learned that it was just an ordinary car bomb. Digger was a little disappointed. It was not that he was not patriotic, but the target was too small and boring. He handed the suspect to Amanda and continued to support other places in the mothership. Amanda did not pay much attention to an Arabian car thief. Such a small character was in her missing file every day. If he did not sign 7 or 8 documents every day, it meant that he was not doing his job well. However, just as his subordinate finished interrogating him, a green ring flew over and took him away with a whoosh. Amanda was unhappy this time. Many years ago, when Aubin Sue crashed on Earth, it was also the ring that flew away and chose Hal Jordan. After that, the battle at Seaside City happened right under her nose. If it wasn't for Sia, Black Panther would have died. If Thea was there, she would have told Black Panther that this was the ring from back then. Honesty had not changed at all. Hal Jordan was sacrificed. His ring seemed to obey a will and return to Earth and chose a new owner. Simon Bartz was not taken far by the green light ring before he was intercepted by the Alliance. With his level, he could not beat a superhero, not to mention all the other superheroes except Thea. However, his luck was heaven-defying. The few of them were not hostile to the Green Lantern, and the assimilated people of the Third Army were wreaking havoc nearby, drawing away most of the troops. Simon Bartz relied on the wisdom he had developed in countless pursuits since childhood to shake off the Flash and ran back to his residence alone. Realizing that his home was not safe, he hesitated for a moment and rushed to the hospital. His brother-in-law, who was also his good friend, had been seriously injured in a car race. Even though he had used the most expensive medical cabin of the Quinn Group, after several resuscitation attempts, he had still ended up in a vegetative state due to his injuries. His sister, whom he had relied on since childhood, had lost all hope in life because of this. Now that he had obtained the legendary omnipotent green light ring, he felt that he should do something for his family. It was already late at night, and there were only a few people on duty outside the ward. He quietly opened the window and jumped in. He raised the ring and pointed it at the patient who had been sleeping on the bed for years. He said in a low voice, "Quick, restore his consciousness." The ring flashed with a green light, then completely extinguished. "Help me, he's my family. I beg you, please wake him up. This is my only request. He's my friend. He's the only person my sister can rely on. Please." The green light flickered in and out of the ward, like a naughty child playing a game. As a fugitive, Simon Bartz didn't know how much time he had left. He still hadn't given up hope. If 1 time wasn't enough, he would do it 10 times. If 10 times weren't enough, he would do it 100 times. He felt that the ring was omnipotent and could naturally wake up a vegetative person. A strong obsession crossed the distance in an instant and floated to Thea's ear. The young lady was trying hard to read Haruba's memory, and the sudden call made her slightly stunned. How did the green light ring call her? Did you get the wrong person? Moreover, the blue light could heal, but the green light had no healing effect. This caller thought that the green light was omnipotent. How ignorant! Although modern people couldn't understand it, the green light ring and the other lights were very materialistic. They were proper technological equipment, not wishing machines. The young lady didn't know whether to laugh or cry. She carefully analyzed. At her current level, the cause and effect of many things were very clear. She could understand the whole story with a little thought. It's Hal Jordan's ring. She pondered for a moment. If it was just Hal Jordan, it wouldn't matter. Whether he died or not had nothing to do with her. But this ring was different because she had worn this ring before. Although the time she wore it was very short, from her point of view, there was a cause and effect between her and the ring. Is it such a small matter? All right, as you wish. Thea talked to herself. This was between her and the ring. It had nothing to do with Hal Jordan or Simon Baz. She didn't even need the power of death to wake up a comatose person. She only needed a small part of the soul to complete it. To her, this was a task that couldn't be any easier. With a flick of her middle finger, a small cloud of gray energy crossed the distance and returned to Earth, to Simon Baz's ring. Give up, Lantern Simon. I understand your pain, but many lanterns have experienced all this. The ring isn't omnipotent. Buddy, the big squirrel of Sector 1014, who had been to Earth before and was Hal Jordan's good friend, followed the trail of his friend's ring. Unfortunately, he saw that the ring had a new owner. Green Lanterns had seen many life and death situations. She felt that she had an obligation to guide this new colleague. But when she saw Simon struggling against the bed, she couldn't help but comfort him. I don't believe it. I can definitely do it. I have this feeling. Simon was very stubborn. He firmly believed that he could do it, or rather, the ring could. The big squirrel looked helpless. Maybe the blue light can, but our green light doesn't have this function. She couldn't figure out where Simon's confidence came from. She was still trying to help. With a big furry tail and a chubby body, Buddy was one of the few Green Lanterns that Thea liked. She naturally knew about the blue light and also knew about Thea, who seemed to be very mysterious and powerful. However, she had more feelings for the Green Lanterns, so she rejected the blue light's invitation. At this time, she was wondering if she should go back and ask the saint to help save the man on the bed. Unaware of the big squirrel's kindness, after Simon had called out for the umpteenth time, the ring finally changed. Rays of green light flew out of the ring. They were like a group of returning swallows, shuttling back and forth, relying on each other. They flew into the patient's body and disappeared without a trace. What does this mean? The big squirrel was puzzled. As an experienced Green Lantern, although she was still a distance away from the title of the greatest Green Lantern, she had seen Hal Jordan, Sinestro, and even the artist Kyle Rayner, who was known as the Lantern. In terms of experience, she was not inferior to any lantern. However, she had never seen what Simon had just done. The Green Lantern ring had such a function. Her answer was no, but now it was uncertain. Chapter 930. Big Squirrel Buddy waited patiently for half a minute until the green light completely dissipated, but the patient was still in a deep sleep. His breathing and expression were the same as before. Blinking a pair of big watery eyes, Green Lantern Squirrel lowered his head and pondered over what to say. She was afraid of provoking this new colleague, so she wanted to be tactful. Green Lantern was not omnipotent. It was just a tool, not a statue. Big Squirrel was about to ask Simon to give up on this unrealistic idea, but when the words reached his mouth, he forcefully swallowed them back. Because the patient had woken up, the effect was immediate. Buddy could guarantee to the squirrel god that the patient had been in a vegetative state a second ago, but in just a second, he had completely woken up. Other than being a little weak, Big Squirrel guessed that it was probably due to hunger. There were no cognitive and behavioral problems. "Oh my God, you're really a miracle worker, Simon." The title of miracle developer had accompanied Simon Bartz for his entire life, and his legendary life had begun when he met a big squirrel. Without saying much to his brother-in-law and good friend, Simon felt that since the ring had responded to him and completed an impossible task, then he should also be prepared to gamble with his life to solve the current crisis that Earth was facing. If possible, he wanted to avenge the original owner of the ring, Hal Jordan. When Simon Bartz embarked on his path as a superhero, the Earth had already become a pot of porridge. A few speedy superheroes had spread out and destroyed the Third Army with all their might. In Star City, Diana volunteered to come here to help because of some reasons that everyone was aware of. After working together with Green Arrow and Mr. Excellent to take down hundreds of assimilated members of the Third Army, before they could even rest, they saw a silver figure rushing toward them from afar. The other party did not even slow down and just brushed past Green Arrow. Green Arrow was not wearing mechanical armor, but a hooded figure holding a bow and arrow. Green Arrow was caught off guard. Even though Diana pulled him back, the silver light still cut open a bloody wound on his shoulder. Without having time to bandage the wound, he turned around and shot an arrow in the direction of the enemy. At the same time, Mr. Excellent's T-ball released an electric net at the target. The enemy was extremely fast, like a graceful swan. With a nimble turn in the air, she dodged the arrow and electric net. A young woman stood proudly in the air. What was eye-catching was her pair of flawless white wings. Vanessa. Diana carefully discerned that this was completely different from the little girl in her impression who pestered her to listen to Greek stories. What made her change so much? Wonder Woman. Vanessa seemed to be immersed in her own world as she murmured softly. "Like I said, you can call me Diana. You're my friend." Your friend. You have too many friends. After all these years, have you ever come to visit me? I've been watching you silently, but have you ever taken me to heart? Her voice was so loud that it was hard not to hear her. Green Arrow clutched her shoulder and seemed to have thought of something. She looked at Diana with a strange expression. As the pinnacle of wisdom among mortals, Mr. Excellent also seemed to have understood something. He glanced sideways at Diana. The Valkyrie was furious. This was simply baseless slander. Speaking so bluntly, was he afraid that others wouldn't understand? Even though she was used to saving face for others, she couldn't be vague about this issue. To me, you're just an ordinary friend. We have nothing to do with each other. I'm just a friend. Then what about Miss Quinn? Is she also an ordinary friend of yours? Seeing that his sister was involved, Oliver instantly drew his bow and prepared to attack. His opponent's attack just now was definitely aimed at killing him. He wouldn't show mercy. Thea Quinn is really a born noble lady. She has everything she wants. She has a lover, a family, and power. Diana, did you know? I was able to stand again because I used the Quinn Corporation's nanomachines, but I don't thank her. I hate her. I hate her to death. I hate you too. Mr. Excellent muttered to himself. Crazy, he muttered. His words seemed to have touched Vanessa's sore spot. She opened her mouth and a wave of ultrasonic waves surged out. Mr. Excellent's abilities were similar to Batman's. If he was prepared, he could kill 80% of his enemies. If he wasn't prepared and didn't have the luck of a main character, then he could only wait for death. Diana hurriedly stood in front of him. Circe could take all of her magic head-on, so this kind of sonic attack wasn't that powerful. Diana blocked all the attacks with one hand. You've changed. You used to be a kind little girl. Ha! Vanessa laughed twice, but it sounded worse than crying. She took out a piece of paper and unfolded it in front of the three. I'm not Vanessa. That fragile girl was pitiful and hateful. She's already dead. I'm now the new Silver Swan. Diana was a new god, and Green Arrow had good eyesight. They could see that there were two people on the paper. Diana was flying in front with a sword and shield on her back, and Vanessa was chasing behind with her wings outstretched. The sky was blue and the clouds were white, and there were people cheering on the ground. The Silver Swan tore the paper to shreds. It's all in the past. I want revenge on the Quinn family. They took everything from me. You're sick. Maybe we can help you. Oliver didn't think it was complicated. It was just a lunatic who loved Diana. This woman's obsession was too deep. She had come up with a bunch of imaginary things in her head. Even her daydreams had convinced him. He was prepared to take down the enemy, find a mental hospital, and throw her in for treatment. Diana had the same idea, but she had good intentions. It wasn't that serious on TV. In fact, it wasn't just her. Even Thea had admirers, but none of them were as crazy as Vanessa. If this matter reached Thea's ears, Vanessa's fate would be indescribable. After knowing her for so many years, she knew the young Miss Personality too well. She would laugh in front of people and say that she didn't mind, but behind people's backs, she would definitely knock them out and throw them into a sack. Now that she had the underworld, she was even more powerful. Vanessa, you need help. Let me help you like back then. Diana said sincerely. A hint of struggle flashed in the Silver Swan's eyes. Unfortunately, the struggle quickly faded and was replaced by scarlet. The Silver Swan's voice was trembling, but her tone was eerie, like an evil spirit that crawled out of hell. You all deserve to die. You took everything from me. I'll tear you apart. Silver wings spread out like a bird. With a thunderous sound, the Silver Swan flew past Diana and circled around to attack the black man, Mr. Miracle. F***CK. You're bullying me because I'm a pushover. Mr. Excellent didn't care about his image at all. He rolled lazily to avoid the attack. Chapter 931. On the other side, Green Arrow had already shot 3 arrows at Silver Swan. Diana hesitated for a moment. She could fight enemies without hesitation, but against a normal person, even a friend, she could not do it. Fortunately, her combat power was high now, and her attributes were superior in all aspects. With a casual glance, she found several flaws in Silver Swan. Her opponent was just a ballet enthusiast, and Green Arrow's archery was undeniably the best in the world. She dodged the arrows awkwardly, mostly relying on her high speed to dodge. Diana took 2 quick steps forward, and under Silver Swan's horrified eyes, she grabbed Silver Swan's ankle and dragged her down from the sky like a dead dog. Hold her down, I'll check. There seems to be a problem with the implanted device in her spine. Mr. Excellent looked more like a researcher than a superhero. His T-sphere contained almost all the common functions of modern technology. He quickly opened the operation interface, aimed at Silver Swan, and began scanning. I suggest you let her go. A short, middle-aged man wearing glasses walked out from the shadow of the building. The middle-aged man's hairline was a little high, but his aura was not weak at all. His head was held high, and he looked at them with a slightly scrutinizing gaze. Stop, stranger. Green Arrow drew her bow again and spoke first. Diana did not steal the limelight from him due to various considerations. The middle-aged man ignored the arrows, and raised his hands calmly, indicating that he was unarmed. I'm just a normal person, I don't have the ability to fly in the sky like you. Although he said it casually, the hostility toward superheroes in his tone was very obvious. Let go of Silver Swan, unless you want to see Star City turn into a sea of fire. By the way, the remote control is with my companion. If I don't return in a minute. The middle-aged man's tone was relaxed, but his eyes were cold. Oliver looked at Diana. He hoped that the Valkyrie had some supernatural ability to defeat this middle-aged man, and then subdue the companion he spoke of. He's just a normal person. He has no abilities, no magic, and no technological equipment. Diana first observed the middle-aged man. At her level, there were many things that could not be hidden. But I can't see if there are any enemies around me. There are many things that Thea can do that I can't. Diana was a little depressed at the mention of this. She was a very pure warrior, and she had only started learning magic recently. He was good at lifting buildings and towing ships, but it was difficult to find an enemy in a residential area with complicated terrain. Without the super speed of the Flash, Superman's X-ray vision, and Thea's time stop, Diana can smash a planet with all her strength, but her search ability is really not strong. Why are you threatening us with the safety of Star City's citizens? We don't even know each other. Diana tried to find some clues from the enemy's words. The other party was not fooled at all. Let go of the Silver Swan, madam. You should go find the bomb. That's what a hero should do. Why are you doing this? Don't you know that Earth is facing a crisis now? The Righteous Alliance was eliminating the Third Army on a global scale. She really did not expect someone to cause trouble at this critical moment. Did these people think that the Third Army would let them go? Madam, you have your duty, and I also have my mission. I don't care how many people will die on Earth, but let me remind you that there are only 30 seconds left. My companions are watching me from afar. If my freedom is restricted, then Star City will become a sea of fire. Call a few more companions, I have installed 6 bombs. Diana had no choice but to let go of the Silver Swan. The Green Arrow used a skateboard, and Mr. Excellent's T-Ball had the ability to fly. The 3 of them split up. Diana called the Flash and Felicity, who were also in Star City. The other party's installation was very obvious and did not hide at all. The 6 of them searched the city and quickly removed the bombs. When the dust settled, the middle-aged man and the Silver Swan were long gone. The identity of the Silver Swan was not difficult to find, but the identity of the middle-aged man was a question that lingered in their minds. Felicity quickly used the Quinn Corporation's database to search. Whether it was the medical cabin or the cooperation with many government and military departments, the Quinn Corporation's database was the richest in the world. In the beginning, when faced with the attacks of hackers from all over the world, the hundreds of network experts that Felicity had gathered could not withstand it at all. Later, Thea had to open up some artificial intelligence access to the corporation's network department to resolve the crisis. The huge satellite and database data were compared. The middle-aged man did not jump out of a crack in a rock. His identity was quickly found out. Caden James, a very famous hacker. I once used, no, imitated, oh, no, I should say I used a small program that he wrote. Felicity was still joking. She was not familiar with the Green Arrow in this time and space, but she still knew her. Even though she had been on land for many years, she was still exuberant when it came to her old job as a hacker. Why is she looking for trouble with us? Diana also knew Felicity and knew that she was Thea's good friend. This question stumped everyone. The Flash, the Atom Man, Felicity, and Mr. Excellent, who came to help, split up to investigate. Caden James was recently arrested by the Heavens Eye Society for the crime of endangering national security. Felicity had more contact with the military and the government, so she was the first to find a clue. 10 days ago, a sum of 30 million was transferred to his account. The Atom Man, who had a close relationship with many banks, followed closely behind and found clues. 13 days ago, he was rescued from the Heavens Eye Society by a person single-handedly. The Flash also found something. He enlarged the image on the screen. A tall man wearing purple soft armor and a white cloak held 2 samurai swords in his hands as he moved about freely. The Heavenly Eye Association's trained agents didn't have the ability to fight back at all as they were slaughtered like chickens. Following that, the purple-robed man took Caden James and left. This guy should have been nearby just now. He's Caden's partner, right? His martial arts are so strong. It's hard to believe that he's an ordinary person. The 2 big shots, Diana and Oliver, were not good with electronic devices. They could only watch from the side. To be able to beat Nightwing without using a bow and arrow, Oliver was more than qualified to call himself a martial artist. Even though his learning process had been honed by being beaten up and had characteristics that could not be replicated, his insight was commendable. According to Thea's joke, her brother had a pair of civilian version of the Sharingan and was born with great dynamic vision. At first, he was weak and had no one to teach him. He basically relied on these eyes to learn his martial arts while he was being beaten. Chapter 932. Although Oliver and Diana were much weaker than each other in terms of combat ability, unlike Thea who had become a martial artist despite not liking martial arts, Diana liked to fight and kill. Now, she could tell that the ordinary person on the screen was extraordinary after just a few moves. His movements were not fast, but they were deadly and efficient. He did not waste a single bit of energy. This person had already used the ingenuity of his moves to the extreme. She had long heard that Guangdong was the #1 assassin in the New Gods and was skilled in hundreds of millions of combat skills. Later, before going to the Bat Cave, she casually heard that he had been recruited by Thea. She did not hesitate to call him over for a spar. The result was awkward. He suppressed his strength and competed purely in martial arts. Diana was no match for him even when Guangdong went easy on her. The Greek combat skills she was so proud of were easily broken by him. Now that she saw this incomparably powerful Earthling, she secretly compared him to Guangdong. Unfortunately, she could not determine whose martial arts were better. Prometheus. This guy is very famous in the assassin world. I don't know why he's with Kane. Mr. Excellent and Batman hit it off, so he could access some of the information on the Bat Cave. He quickly found Batman's description of this person. Proficient in all combat skills, proficient in all known weapons. Many tools are hidden in his armor. A master tactician. Suspected to have the special ability to learn other people's martial arts. Once defeated Madame Shiva 3 times. Mr. Excellent read Batman's description to the others. The investigation was carried out quickly, or rather, the other party did not plan to hide it. Felicity found 2 videos on one of Kane's servers. A middle-aged man and a young man. They were both shot to death by green arrows without exception. How is that possible? I was there when the middle-aged man died, but I didn't kill him. I've never seen this young man before. Oliver cried out, but regardless of whether he was innocent or not, the other party was certain that he was the killer. Prometheus's father was killed, Cain's son was killed, and Cain's son was killed. Together with the Silver Swan, who hated the Quinn family to the core, the three of them came together and prepared to fight for revenge. A warrior with extraordinary skills, a super hacker, and a silver-winged killer with great mobility. The combination of the three was quite strong. The other party had revealed a lot of clues. If they continued to investigate, they would definitely gain something. Unfortunately, there were too many things to do tonight. The superheroes, including the young Titan, had already launched an all-out attack, but the Third Army was still unable to kill them all. A few heroes with high mobility did not have time to waste. Seeing that Star City was fine, they each went to help. Even Oliver did not stay for long. He also walked onto the streets and wiped out the army of assimilators that were beginning to swell. At the periphery of the multiverse, there was a world of black and white. This was the underworld. The ordinary people who were transformed by the Third Army had already died at that moment. Their bodies continued to act in a certain way, but their souls had already entered hell. Before a large number of souls entered, there were two unlucky souls who arrived first. What is this place? Even as a soul, Hal Jordan was still nonchalant. Walking beside him was naturally his good friend Sinisto. The former leader of the Yellow Lanterns had a look of displeasure on his face as he snapped, "How would I know?" To be honest, even if he was not afraid of anything, he was still a little scared at this moment. There were strange rocks all around them, and there were cries coming from the distance in the wind. All of this was telling them that this was not a good place. The two of them were not fools either. Their memories were very clear. They were already dead. Could this be the world after death? What is it like after death in your Earth's myths? As they walked, there were figures appearing around them from time to time. Unfortunately, they were all in a daze and there was no possibility of communication. Even if he did not want to talk to Hal Jordan, in this gloomy environment, Sinisto could only try to find some topics to talk about. Hal sneered and asked him about eating, drinking, and having fun. Nightclubs and bars were fine, but myths? Please, let's talk about something else. How would I know? Those are all lies to the ancients. How would an alien like you care about Earth's culture? Hal looked at him as if he was a retard. Sinisto almost punched him. He softly spat out a word, retard. What did you say? I said you're an idiot. Sinisto did not wait for Hal to retort and continued, how can you turn a blind eye to so many strange things on Earth? Isn't it strange that a small Earth has 4 Green Lanterns? Black Death Emperor's target is Earth, and that lady's target is also Earth. Didn't you see that? Although Hal was a little rash, he was not a fool. Instead, he had the temperament of a leader. He did not lack in ability, wisdom, and decisiveness. It was just that he was used to it and did not think in that direction. Looking at the surroundings, he said, what does this have to do with our current situation? We are already dead. Theo will most likely use the White Lanterns to revive me. You will most likely revive you too. Why don't we wait here? To be honest, there were no bodies or Green Lantern rings here. Looking at the figures that appeared from time to time and unconsciously gathered into a huge group and walked forward in a certain pattern without saying a word, it was a very scary thing. Sinisto's principle was to not ask for help, especially when he was still thinking about taking back the Yellow Lantern Corps from Thea. He did not want to owe her a favor. At that moment, he was in a dilemma. Should he flatly refuse her resurrection, or should he accept it with lowered eyebrows? This question troubled him. Get down. Sinisto was a little stunned. Hal hurriedly pushed him down and pointed to the sky. A bone monster flew across the gray sky. It patrolled the area as if it was looking for something. After circling at a low altitude for 2 rounds and finding nothing, it flew into the distance. What kind of monster is that? Xianxia was an alien. He did not recognize the thing that flew by just now. He could only vaguely feel that it was very powerful. If he had a body and a green lantern ring, he would at most be able to tie with it. Having played many games, Hal was quite knowledgeable. He looked at Hal as if he was looking at a country bumpkin and said, "That's a bone dragon." It's what a dragon looks like after it dies. Before he finished, he realized the problem. The bone dragon was obviously a derivative of Earth's culture. It was understandable that he came here after death, but what about Xianxia? His Kaluga was tens of thousands of light years away from Earth. The two of them continued forward in confusion. Not long after, they finally met someone they knew, or rather, someone they knew. A certain Green Lantern had joined their team. Everyone was dead, and there was no fight between the Green and Yellow Lanterns. Since they were in an unfamiliar environment, they naturally had to go together. Hal's doubts grew. This Green Lantern was even further away from Earth. Could it be that the area they were in was the common home of all the dead in the universe? Chapter 933. Time lost its meaning here. They didn't know how long they had been walking, but the group slowly expanded. A new Yellow Lantern, a Green Lantern, and a Blue Lantern had joined. They had all died after Hal and Xianxia. From their narration, Hal also learned about the Third Army and realized that it wasn't a coincidence that Black Hand had attacked him and Xianxia. Unfortunately, he was already dead. Other than cursing at the Guardians, he couldn't do anything else. Not all lanterns could maintain their sanity and blend in with the group of souls. They followed the group and walked along the dirt road. As for what awaited them ahead, no one knew. It was their first time here. The sound of horse hooves rang out beside them. Even though he told himself to keep a low profile, Hal couldn't help but look up. The eyes of the knight on the horse glowed. They looked at each other and realized that the other party was still conscious. The knight was stunned at first, but then he suddenly thought of something. He raised his left hand gently, and the group that had been moving forward since ancient times stopped in unison. The knight lowered his hand as if he had done something insignificant. He took out a piece of parchment from behind him and looked at Hal's face carefully. "Is this you?" The appearance of a skull was similar to that of a living person. In fact, it was the same the other way around. The knight wasn't very sure and could only ask Hal for confirmation. It was a piece of yellowed parchment that looked like a wanted poster. Hal's face was on the paper, and there was a number at the bottom that looked like a bounty. This thing was very similar to an anime that Hal had seen on Earth about pirates. The big pirates in the anime were all wanted posters like this. The undead knight's eyes didn't have any ruthlessness or ferocity. It was as casual as meeting a neighbor at the stairs and chatting casually. Xianxia was extremely cautious, his eyes as sharp as knives, as if he wanted to find a flaw in the undead knight's words or actions. Hal was lying when he said that he wasn't afraid, but this person was naturally bold. Even the Black Death Kingdom dared to rush forward. There really wasn't the word fear in his dictionary. He looked at the wanted poster. It was a black and white picture of himself. Unless he had a twin brother, the other party was definitely looking for him. "I am. Why are you looking for me?" He wanted to raise his voice to appear more heroic, but unfortunately, he was in his soul state. His loud voice hadn't been brought over from his body. The knight was overjoyed. His terrifying skull shook with excitement, and his lower jaw opened and closed, indicating that he was very happy. Just as Hal was wondering if this guy would turn hostile in a few seconds, the undead knight took out another wanted poster. "Do you know this guy?" Hal took a look and was overjoyed. Wasn't this Xianxia? When he turned his head, he realized that Xianxia was preparing to hide in the crowd. Unfortunately, there was no place to hide. with the thought that if he was unlucky, others wouldn't have it easy either. Hal immediately pulled out his old opponent, indicating that this fellow was Sinisto. The undead knight took the image and compared it with the two of them for a long time. In the end, he shook his head. He could not be sure. The knight wasn't an earthling when he was alive. After his death, he went through a selection process and rode on this strange thing called a horse. His duty was to patrol the underworld every day. Now that he was searching according to his superior's orders, he couldn't find any similarities between these two guys and the ones in the image. He sighed and said in an uncertain tone, "Let's go. Follow me to see my superior." Hal and Sinisto wanted to resist, but without a body, the two of them had no fighting strength. Seeing that the other party's attitude was rather amiable, they knew that there was no benefit to falling out with him. They could only obediently follow him. They waved goodbye to the few extras. No one could tell whether it was a blessing or a curse. The two of them followed the knight to another small path. After walking for an unknown period of time, they stopped in front of a huge shrine. When they entered through the side door, Hal saw a huge stream of people lining up to enter in an orderly manner. As they didn't enter through the main door, they didn't see the huge statue of a certain beautiful lady in front of the main door. They had worried for nothing. After entering the shrine, they passed through a long corridor. In a small room, the undead knight reported a few words to a skeleton in a long robe. Then, he walked away briskly. The eyes of the skeleton in the long robe glowed. He also took out 2 wanted posters and looked at them. Without saying anything, he gestured for them to wait here before pushing open the side door and walking out. The two of them looked at each other and lost interest in bickering. There was no heartbeat or footsteps here. It was so quiet that it made them feel uncomfortable. However, their souls were stronger than the average person. They searched the room but didn't find any clues. They left alone. In the end, they didn't dare to leave. In the end, they leaned against the door and listened to the commotion outside. In the empty hall, there was only one voice echoing around. The two of them were a little far away and could only hear some words intermittently. Hami, merit, return to the human world. Beautisha, useless. Take him away. Aliyah, life, excellent. Go to heaven or return to the human world. Let her choose. Take her down. The voice passed the judgment very quickly. They only listened to a few sentences, and more than 10 sentences were carried out. Most of them were useless. Only a few could return to the human world. Very, very few could go to heaven or hell. Sinisto didn't understand these terms. Although Kaluga couldn't compare to Krypton, it was still a planet with a technological civilization. All myths and legends had disappeared thousands of years ago. Although Hal was unconventional, he was still an Earthling and wasn't unfamiliar with heaven or hell. He was just curious about this place. Did all the life in the universe come here? Was it a good thing or a bad thing that he and Sinisto were treated differently? The two greatest Green Lanterns muttered in their hearts. Time passed very slowly. They were like criminals waiting to be judged. The Flash had once told Hal about his experience of being sentenced to prison. At that time, Barry felt that every day was like a year. After that, he looked at his watch all the time in prison. That feeling of confusion of doing a lot of things, but in the end, only a second had passed. Hal finally experienced it today. He once mocked the Flash because of his super speed. Now, looking at himself, he wasn't much stronger. He could only sit and wait. Calm down, Hal. It shouldn't be a bad thing. Sinisto looked at him scratching his ears and cheeks like a monkey. He felt embarrassed and couldn't help but scold him coldly. Before Hal could refute, the door was pushed open. A voice with a hint of mockery entered his ears. It really isn't a bad thing. Green Lantern Hal Jordan, I've heard a lot about you. A middle-aged man in a dark suit walked in. Even though he had never seen him before, Hal recognized him just by looking at his half-destroyed face. Two-Face. Why are you here? Chapter 934. Hal looked left and right. Was he not dead? This was somewhere in Gotham. Everything before was fake. Was it the Scarecrow's fear gas or Black Mask's mind control that caused him to hallucinate? You're in luck. I only have 1 minute, but you'd better remember everything I say. Take this, go out, turn left, and walk through a corridor. After that, you'll be in the 3rd room. Line up and go through the procedures. After saying that, the two-faced man handed each of them a slip of paper. What the hell? Hal took it and looked at it quickly. The handwriting was beautiful, strong, and extraordinary. Even if he wrote like a dog, he could tell the good from the bad. However, he could not understand the content at all. It was a font that he did not recognize. While he was in a daze, his soul automatically read the content as if he was breathing or drinking water. The general idea was that he, Hal Jordan, had contributed to the country and shed blood for the commission. Therefore, he was allowed to be resurrected. The signature was even more familiar. The lady's name was written in a flamboyant style. It was hard not to recognize it. When you return to the human world, you will forget everything that happened here. However, I sincerely remind you that even with the care of Her Majesty the Goddess, you should cherish your hard-earned life. The two-faced man finished and prepared to leave. Wait, you mean we're really dead? This piece of paper can resurrect me? Hal questioned loudly. The two-faced man looked at him like he was an idiot. Finally, he nodded helplessly. Then why don't you resurrect? Are you guilty of so many sins that you can only atone for them here? Hal pondered. Why should I be resurrected? This place is 10,000 times better than Gotham. All my old acquaintances will eventually come before me to await my judgment. Life is meaningless to me, but here. I have never proven my worth like this. What inspector? What gang leader? It's all in the past. I'm just Harvey Dante. The two-faced man was beaming with joy. There was no more madness, no more conflict between good and evil. At this moment, he was like a successful person giving pointers to Hal, a loser in life. He looked as if no one could understand his loneliness. The two-faced man shook his head gently. With a snap of his fingers, a new corridor appeared in front of them. He raised his hand and signaled for them to leave quickly. The two of them had no choice but to walk forward. Who is this fellow? Sinisto whispered to Hal when they were a distance away. Maybe he was an Earthling when he was alive. Hal was not sure if this guy was the two-faced person he knew. Submit the application, line up, wait for the review, register, and finally get approved. There was a huge process involved. After all, reviving a person was a big deal. The authority of the two-faced man could only be considered as a preliminary judge. Demigod Minus would be the final judge in the end. It was slightly different from Karen's resurrection. Hell had two modes of official resurrection and unofficial resurrection to choose from. People like Hal and the others were considered to be officially resurrected. The process was long, but there were no repercussions. During the long wait, Hal even saw a familiar person, or rather, a familiar ghost. The dead Boston Brand. This guy was currently roaming the realms of the living and the dead. There was no need to mention how comfortable he was. Even though he was the #1 ghost in the underworld, no one cared about him. Hal had a good relationship with the dead man. Sinisto knew that he would be resurrected soon, but he did not want to owe too many favors. Now that he was talking to the two people, he could only pretend to be invisible. The dead man did not talk too much about the young lady with Hal. He only talked about the things on the surface. The process in the underworld was so complicated. He would come over to chat with Hal when he had nothing to do. He gestured for the two of them to wait. Hal did not expect this companion to have such a powerful background. The goddess of death. Just the name alone was impressive. Xianxia was left with no choice. Thea was so powerful. Could he still snatch the Yellow Lantern core back? Even if he could, he would not dare to do so. The Corrigans were not long-lived. He would still end up in her hands. Even if he succeeded in seizing power, the consequences would be too severe. The two greatest Green Lanterns were killing time in the underworld. They silently criticized the underworld for its low efficiency while eagerly waiting for their own resurrection. At this moment, the physical world was already in chaos. The Guardians absorbed the power of the First Lantern and used their own cells to create assimilated people. Then, they all disappeared. Before they left, they even kidnapped Ganthercide, who came to question them. Thea killed a batch of assimilated people who attacked the main planet of Ura. However, they could not stop the assimilation speed of these things. In less than an hour, a larger wave of attacks came. The Night of Darkness destroyed the outer defense of the planet. A few Guardians with sores on their heads and pus on their feet did not repair it for half a year. The Third Army that came like a tide caught the Green Lanterns off guard. Several important facilities were lost one after another. If not for Thea's timely arrival, they would have been destroyed. Now that they were facing a larger attack, they could only choose to retreat. Retreat to the main planet of the Blue Lantern Corps. Retreat quickly. Let the new medics go first. The reserves are an important supplement to the Green Lanterns. John, protect them. Kyle Rayner's limelight was stolen by the young lady in this time and space. However, his light was still as bright as the stars. That was to say, the Guardians had run away. Otherwise, he would have been the greatest Green Lantern. Guy Gardner and John Stewart, two of his fellow countrymen, although they entered the profession earlier than him, their achievements were not as good as his. The Green Lantern ring that Gonla had forged for him, coupled with Kyle's abundant emotions, the combination of the two would allow him to fight against countless enemies by himself. The Green Lanterns were quite experienced in evacuating the main planet of Ura. After all, it was less than half a year after the Night of Darkness. They methodically covered the recruits and slowly retreated to Ura. Along the way, the Blue Lanterns, Yellow Lanterns, and Green Lanterns continued to provide support. In the end, Mogo, a self-conscious baby-tooth planet, directly joined the battle. With the help of the Blue Lantern, a blue light with a diameter of hundreds of kilometers swept across the sky. Hundreds of millions of pursuers of the Third Army were wiped out. Kyle, please come with me. Her Majesty the Goddess is looking for you. The Saint's face was full of sincerity as he pulled Kyle Rayner to the temple. Kyle Rayner almost stumbled. He and the Saint had a very good personal relationship. Both of them were very emotional people. As Kyle's official girlfriend, Solanik, the daughter of Xianxia, even suspected that there was more than friendship between them. Slow down, Saint. I just finished a big battle. The goddess has been waiting for you for a while. Please believe me, it's really urgent. Kyle was even more embarrassed when the goddess was mentioned. He had the same thought as Batman. Was Thea a goddess or a human? She was a goddess, but she stayed on Earth every day. She went shopping from time to time and made headlines. Although she was a human, the Saint worshipped her to the point of prostrating himself before her. He would often pay his respects to her. Chapter 935. It was difficult for Kyle to determine whether the relationship between the two was that of colleagues, superior and subordinate, or the relationship between a god and a believer like the Saint. However, the situation was critical now, and he could only bite the bullet and pay his respects. Along the way, the Saint was still talking about Thea's miracles. As someone born in a free and democratic country, Kyle Rayner's heartfelt admiration for his good friend was not a matter of joy or anger. It was a personal choice. Everyone had their own way of living, and he had no right to interfere. However, he would not kneel to a living person. Distance creates beauty and faith. When one was too close, one would naturally lack respect. Now, even if Thea rebooted the entire universe, he would not bow his head to her. This had nothing to do with personal feelings. It was completely the nature of modern people. Hi. Kyle looked at Sia, who was in front of him. She was wearing a checkered shirt and jeans. She looked no different from the way she was dressed on Earth. Compared to the saint beside him who was directly bowing to him, he could only greet her without any awkwardness. Fortunately, Thea did not dwell too much on etiquette. Her main body was still on the main planet, but she had only cast a projection for the sake of setting up the situation. "Thank you, Saint, for allowing me to speak with Kyle alone." The saint didn't say anything and walked out in a very pious manner. "Don't be nervous. I have many things to say today. Mr. Rayner, please take a seat." Thea gestured for Kyle to relax. She had done a lot of mental preparation for today's conversation. It was not for the current situation, but for a deeper purpose. "We don't know much, but we both come from Earth. I protect Earth and the universe. Everything is fair. In order to obtain more power, I can only go to a higher position." She made a very sacred opening statement. Kyle nodded to show his approval. Compared to Thea, he was a new superhero who couldn't be more new. The universe is vast. Even the Green Lantern can't defend against it. There are many other universes as well. I can't guard this void forever. The stronger I am, the greater the area I can protect. The cloudy mountain mist shield sprayed out again, and Kyle could only nod his head. This universe needs a new guardian. The future will be very dangerous. It will endanger the people around you and the entire universe. Are you willing to do this and take on this responsibility, Kyle Rayner? Her expression was so serious and holy that even an atheist like Kyle felt a shock to his soul. Perhaps she really was a deity. Was the disguise just to experience life? "Your Majesty Goddess." The way he addressed her was a little bitter, but he was familiar with it. "What can I do? As long as I can do it, I'm willing to protect this universe. However, I don't have much power." Thea had also considered leaving Kyle Rayner to fend for himself. The two of them had no relationship at all. All the talk about doing it for the peace of the universe was nonsense. She herself did not believe it. The universe was like a tide, rising and falling. It would never be peaceful. But if Kyle Rayner couldn't get the white lamp, he couldn't enter the wall of origin. At Thea's level, she could feel the lack of emotional spectrum getting more and more serious. To be honest, this universe was on the verge of collapse. If she didn't enter the wall of origin to make up for it, the result would be a universe-level Big Bang. Just the white lamp wasn't enough. Personal emotions were like dust compared to the universe. Even a planet's will like Mogo was like an ant. Someone needed to rush into the wall of origin with 7 lamp beasts to make up for the lack of emotions. For Thea, this was similar to carrying explosives to blow up a bunker. She had the power to do it, but if she didn't do it for various reasons, the world's will would completely abandon her. But she was really afraid. That was the wall of origin that even Kan Yojia could stick to. With a ring and rush in with her eyes closed. Thea only hesitated for 2 seconds and knew she couldn't do it. There were too many uncertainties. Whether she could go in, whether she could come out, whether she could come out in person, these were all very serious questions. Or if an ordinary person could go in with a white lamp, but a new god couldn't. Was there such a possibility? She didn't dare say no. There was no instruction document on the wall of origin. Who knew if a new god could enter? Once she was stuck to the wall, everything would be over. She didn't have the courage to risk her life, so she felt that she had to throw this responsibility to Kyle Rayner. Leaning on a staff, hunched over, holding a large basin, boiling a bowl of steaming green soup, and then nervously saying, "Drink, so and so, this is your destiny." This scene was unjust at first glance. Fortunately, she knew the Heavenly Father. Imitating the Heavenly Father's grandeur, a bunch of nonsense really fooled Kyle. Unknowingly, Thea had transitioned from the role of an adventurer to the role of an old grandfather. Kyle Rayner was a very important chess piece in the future. Saving the universe, injecting the emotional spectrum, and conveniently bringing out the life equation, then causing the Heavenly Father to snatch it. If the Heavenly Father still maintained his original heart, then naturally there was no need to mention it. Thea wouldn't push this matter, but if the Heavenly Father was attracted by the power of the life equation and did something perverse, then it could only be said that he was unlucky. Thea would stand up at the last moment to maintain the overall situation, letting Diana snatch the God of Justice position and enter the new creation star, and she would take the life equation. She had even thought of the reason. Only death could suppress life. This plan was one step after another, but the premise was that there must be a silly boy at the front to charge and break through the enemy lines. "What should I do?" Kyle asked, puzzled. "You have to become a white lamp. You have to take this responsibility from me." The spirit of existence was skipped directly. Kyle didn't need to come into contact with it. In the future, Kyle would walk the path of merging with the 7 light beasts. The revival function and life-sharing function would all be removed. As long as his emotions could withstand the 7 light beasts, it would be enough. Although it was still difficult for ordinary people, it was much easier than Thea, who had to rely on herself to control emotions. Thea was familiar with it. With a light flick of her index finger, 6 duplicate rings flew in front of Kyle. Except for the orange lamp Laughless, who was unwilling to be suppressed by her and took 2 more seconds, the other rings came willingly. The 6 rings were reversed and turned back into emotions. 6 huge light doors appeared in front of Kyle. "Go in." Each door represents one emotion. When you have grasped all 7 emotions, use your own courage to adjust them. The flow of time between the 2 worlds is different, so there is no need to worry about the outside. If you are ready, then enter the door now. Kyle was quite courageous. He didn't hesitate to choose the yellow lamp of fear as his first stop. After a whole day, Kyle had just entered the 3rd door and mastered fear and hope. At this speed, he would definitely be absent from the next battle.